fourth and, dare I say, final week of the Coul Links public inquiry. My colleague, Mr Bryan, has lost his voice, so you'll be hearing mostly from me today, but if there's any strange croaking noises coming from beside me, then that's the reason. We are first to hear from Mr Blackett today on behalf of the applicant, and we'll proceed with that in a moment. This afternoon we are to hear from Mr McAdam and also from 3 further witnesses from the local community groups. Now, Councillor McGilvey is not here. After lunch, I'll maybe just confirm availability issues for those witnesses. I'm assuming they will want to give their evidence to us today. Mr Coul, hopefully we will get through all the witnesses today that we plan to do, but in the event that we were struggling to do so, in terms of Mr McAdam's availability, if it had to spill over into another day, is there an issue there?
There is a slight issue, sir, but that's actually my availability rather than Mr McAdam's. But I suggest if we park that and come to that if we need to. Certainly Mr McAdam would be willing to sit later today if that would be of assistance.
Okay, thank you. I mean, one option that occurs to me is that either after lunch or at the end of Mr Blackett's evidence, we might hear from the community group witnesses before then going back to Mr McAdam, so that they were certainly heard today, and I'm not sure what their availability is. But then we would have the freedom to sit a bit later if we needed to for Mr McAdam. Before we move on, is there any comments on that, or are there any other procedural issues which we have to address before we start?
The only matter that I was going to raise, sir, is if we are more optimistic and make better progress than you're perhaps indicating at the moment, would it be your intention to take Dr Dargey's evidence in chief?
I hadn't considered doing it, but I'm happy to consider that if we make such good progress, depending on Mr Campbell's view.
I've not arranged for his attendance today. Can make inquiries if that looks likely, but I think it, frankly, unlikely. There's quite a lot of supplementary evidence, Chief, probably not exceeding an hour, but that, with respect, sounds rather optimistic today.
Okay, well, maybe see where we are at lunchtime, in respect of all of this. So, if there's nothing else, then over to you, Ms Wilson.
Thank you, sir. As you said, the first witness for the applicant in relation to economic and social impacts is, or that session of the inquiry is Mr Graham Blackett. Good morning, Mr Blackett.
Good morning.
Do you have your report and your precognition available?
I do, yes. It's in front of me.
Given that we're moving into a new subject matter than that which we've been listening to mostly over the past 3 weeks, I'm going to get you to read your precognition, but I've got some supplementary questions which I'll put to you as we go through. But by way of introduction, although you say in your precognition that your qualifications and experience are set out in your inquiry report, we appear to have overlooked that. But in fact, within the environmental statement to which you contributed, at page 90, CD 1.7, it's recorded that you're the Managing Director of Bigger Economics. You've got a BA Honours Economics from the University of Strathclyde, and you're a member of the Economic Development Association Scotland and the Institute for Economic Development. You've got more than 25 years of experience in assessing the economic impacts of organisations. Given that this was written in 2016, you're probably getting close to 30 years. In assessing the economic impacts of organisations, sectors, proposed developments and public bodies, and you're familiar with the Highlands economy and the economics of the Scottish tourism industry, including the contribution of golf tourism. I think your firm has a particular specialism in relation to tourism, is that right?
Yes, that's right, yes. That's a good summary of experience.
And we've learnt through experience and trying to use the system, Mr Blackett, it's safer and better, less frustrating for everybody if you just leave your microphone on and don't put it on and off. Otherwise it might not reactivate.
Okay.
So could you begin reading, please, from paragraph 2.1.
Economic impacts. The economic impact of the Coul Links development was estimated in my 2016 report, which is document reference CD 1.64, and this found that the impact would be positive and substantial. In its first operational year, the development could support an additional 4.3 million gross value added, that's GVA, and 120 jobs in the local area, which is Dornoch and East Sutherland. 6.2 million additional GVA and support around 200 additional jobs within the Highlands, which is the Highland Council area, including the local area, and 7.9 million additional GVA and support around 250 additional jobs across Scotland, and that's including the Highlands.
Just before you leave that, a point raised by Coul's witnesses is to question what jobs you're talking about. Could you just clarify that, please?
So those jobs would be full-time equivalent jobs. As the reputation of the course grows and the number of golf tourists increases, the economic impact could more than double, such that by year 10, the course could have an annual economic impact of 8.1 million additional GVA and around 250 additional jobs to the local area, 13.1 million additional GVA and support around 450 additional jobs within the Highlands, and 20.1 million additional GVA and 680 additional jobs across Scotland. Further positive economic impact would be created during the construction phase, which would support around 1.4 million GVA and 25 temporary construction jobs in the local area. Across Scotland, this impact could rise to 3.4 million GVA and around 80 construction jobs. I reviewed this assessment whilst preparing my inquiry report and concluded that the figures remain reasonable estimates, although conservative when compared with the scale of economic impacts associated with other developments in North America by Mike Kaiser, one of the developers involved in the development of the proposed Coul Links golf course. The Coul Links development would result in a world-class golf course with the potential to transform the dynamics of golf tourism in the area. By helping to create a critical mass of iconic golf courses and enhancing the existing offering, it would encourage more new visitors to come to the region and encourage longer stays in the area. At the local area level, creating a critical mass means a second course in the area with a high global ranking, incentivising visitors to Royal Dornoch, who might otherwise be day visitors to the area, to stay overnight to play Coul Links and other local courses. At the Highlands level, the addition of Coul Links will encourage extended stays in the region and will help to attract additional golfers to a new cluster of highly ranked courses. These new visitors would more than offset any displacing effects from other local courses. Due to the nature of the proposed development, many of the economic benefits would be created off-site in the local hospitality, catering and retail sectors. The socio-economic benefits of Coul Links can be considered to be of national significance because the proposals are expected to deliver economic benefit to a region where there are few other economic growth opportunities available. This is a privately funded opportunity which can deliver export-based growth. It supports the strategies in place for the development of the tourism sector, and most importantly, it will attract high-value tourists, which will have the effect of increasing the productivity performance of the Scottish tourism sector, in line with Scotland's economic strategy. Since the preparation of the 2016 Bigger Economics report, I have been involved in further analysis as to the likely effect that the proposed Coul Links golf course would be expected to have on golf tourism in this part of the Highlands, in conjunction with Nathan Good of Venture Consulting, who has provided his own inquiry report in relation to initiatives to create a cluster effect in this part of the Highlands. This has provided additional evidence to support the conclusions I drew in my 2016 report, both in terms of the expected economic impacts of Coul Links and potential displacement effects.
Before you leave that, could you just explain for the reporters and others who wish to ask questions of you how they should view the divide in evidence between yourself and Mr. Good?
So I can deal with questions in terms of the initial assessment and the evidence that sits behind that. Mr. Good, I guess, looked at a broader range of benefits, including social benefits, and also looked at basically additional evidence that might support or otherwise my conclusions.
I think the main additional evidence that you draw upon, which he had investigated himself is what's been referred to as the Kaiser effect.
Yes, that's correct, yes. Yeah.
If you carry on, please.
I have read and considered the inquiry reports produced on behalf of Coul in relation to economic impacts referred to in paragraph 1.3 above, and I have no reason to change the conclusions that I have independently reached based on my own research. Section 3, Inquiry Report by Genevieve Duig. The Inquiry Report by Genevieve Duig implies that the results of the 2016 Bigger Economics Report should be treated with caution because they imply a 30% increase in the jobs supported by Gulf and Scotland. However, as I explain in my inquiry report, and that's paragraphs 5.6 to 510, the KPMG report to which Ms. Dougal refers gives total employment supported by Gulf and Scotland is around 20,000, not 2,100. This would imply that the Coul link's impact would account for growth of 3% in jobs supported, which in my professional opinion would be a reasonable expectation given the nature of the proposed development.
Before you leave that, if we could just look at the KPMG report and identify those figures. That's document NC-36.
Okay, yeah. I have a copy here. Yeah.
And if you go to the back of that report, I think there's a summary.
There is, yeah. On page 28, there's a table of summary of key indicators.
And if you could just point out the two different figures that have been used by Ms. Duig on the one hand and yourself.
Okay, so there are a number of different categories in terms of the economic benefits of Gulf. And one of those categories is Gulf tourism, which is about 2/3 of the way down that table. And it has an employment figure that totals 2,100. So that would be the figure that Mrs. Duguay refers to. And at the bottom of the table is the total Gulf economy figure, and that is just over 20,000, 20,080, which is the figure that I refer to. So the reason I think that is the best comparator is because the nature of this development means that most of the impact will be off-site. So it's not a Gulf resort where the idea is to keep all of the tourists on-site spending their money. The on-site development is relatively limited, so most of the spending by visitors will be off-site. So looking at the total Gulf economy is therefore the appropriate comparison. But I think there's probably also a wider point here as well, in terms of, because that comment was made in the context, if you like, of a reality check of our figures.
Sorry, are you saying that you looked at the KPMG report as a reality check for yourself?
We did, yes, but we also set the figures in a broader context. And in fact, so in my 2016 report, on page 4 of that, I set out the analysis in context.
Just wait a moment, please. That's CD 1.64, sirs.
Yes. And what I say at that point is that putting the figures in context shows that what they imply would be a 6% increase in private sector jobs in the local area, a 25% increase in tourism jobs in the local area, and a 3% increase in tourism jobs in the Highlands. So that sets the figures in some context, and in my professional opinion, that seems about the right order of magnitude for a development of this nature.
I wonder if I could just ask a question of clarification. So there's the 2,000 jobs supported by Gulf tourism, which is a subset of the 20,000 or so overall, and there are so that's the baseline just now, and there are the jobs which you're analysis would suggest would flow from the development. And I think that was, is it 600 nationally or so? I have to look at the figure, but
it's just in the
680 nationally. And you're comparing that, you're saying the better comparisons with the 20,000 rather than with the 2,000.
Yeah.
That report, NC-086, puts those 20,000 jobs into different categories. And it puts 2,000 into tourism. So for your 680, which category would you put those in?
Well, the 680 includes both on-site jobs. It includes spending on supplies by the on-site operation, and it includes Gulf tourism. So I guess my point is that 680 covers several categories. Therefore, it's the total Gulf economy that is the appropriate figure that sets it in context.
Okay, but so some of the jobs would be about the operation here, if you like. Wouldn't the great majority of the others be tourism jobs in that category rather than any of the other categories in the report? I'm just trying to understand whether there's two comparisons to be made here, one with the 2,000 and one with the 20,000, and I just wonder of those jobs that wouldn't be associated with the operation here as a tourist-based activity. I just had to assume that most of those other jobs would fall into that tourism category rather than any of the other categories in the report.
Yeah, there's certainly a proportion of them, and if you give me a moment, I can check in my 2016 report the number of jobs that are related to Gulf tourism effects.
Okay, I mean, we can come back to that point, just whatever's the easiest way to deal with it.
Yeah, okay, I have it in front of me here. So in my 2016 report, which is CD 1.64, towards the back of that, on page 45, there's a sort of breakdown of where the impacts come from. And you're correct at the Scottish level. The 680 jobs, and the vast majority of those are from the Gulf tourism impacts, because that sort of net of any displacement effects, and that's set out in table 9.3, and in 9.2.
If you give me a moment just to find that. Sorry.
So
CD 1.64, page 45.
45, yeah, and there are two tables on that page.
I'm sorry, I'm there. Beg your pardon, carry on.
Okay, and so that table shows the breakdown, including how many of the jobs would be associated with Gulf tourism impacts. And so it is a high proportion. So at the local level, it's 425 out of 453 in year 10. And then at the Scottish level, and table 9.3, it's 651 out of 684. But the point I was trying to make is the reason for that is because of the nature of the development. So if you looked at other potential Gulf developments where they might be characterised as Gulf resorts, the on-site impacts would be much greater because much more of the spending would be local. So that's why I think it's the overall comparison that's the appropriate one.
Okay, because these are indirect and induced jobs arising from the development.
Yeah. So some of the Gulf tourism impacts in this development, if we were looking at a different type of Gulf development, they would be included as part of the core impacts and supply chain impacts. And what we're doing with the comparison in the KPMG report is looking at other types of developments.
Okay, now I understand that, thank you. But that's still saying then that there are 2,100 jobs in Gulf tourism in Scotland, and after this development, your prediction or projection, apologies if it's the right word, but after this, your analysis would show that figure would go, as a result of this development, from 2,100 tourism jobs in Scotland to around 2,800 tourism jobs in Scotland. Is that right?
Well, not quite, because there are other things that are happening as well. And the sector is growing. So, I mean, also in my 2016 report, so in the same document we were just looking at, in Chapter 3, so around about page 8, I refer to, actually that's where I make reference to the KPMG report. In the same section, I also, on the value of Gulf tourism in Scotland, towards the end of that section, I also reference another report undertaken by SQW, which looks at the future growth prospects for Gulf tourism in Scotland. And the starting point for the analysis is actually higher than the KPMG number. So, you know, they think that Gulf tourism accounts for make a bigger contribution to the economy than KPMG think. And they also think that the potential growth is significant. So the report, as set out in paragraph 3.1.2, which was and this report was published in 2011, and they were looking at growth potential of more than 50% by 2020, which is obviously where we're nearly at. So, and that would be to between 138 million and 157 million in terms of the GVA impact. So that's already double the sort of GVA impact identified in the KPMG report. So we're not talking about a sort of fixed market context here. It's very much a sort of growing market, and some of that market growth will come from, if you like, existing courses and developments growing their market, but a lot of it will come from also new developments as well. So therefore you would expect new developments to account for a large proportion of the growth.
Okay, thank you very much. My apologies for interrupting.
Sorry, Mr. Blackett, I just missed which report it was that you were referring to, ensuring that the KPMG GVA had doubled.
Okay, so I was actually referring to my own 2016 report, which in turn refers to a report back by SQW. And the reference in my own report is at page 8, and it's basically the bottom 3 paragraphs of that.
The SQW report is referenced there.
It is, yes. And it's entitled An Assessment of Gulf Tourism's Future Growth Potential to 2020.
So it was obviously written before the KPMG report. It's perhaps surprising that their starting point is higher than KPMG 2 years later. Do you know why that is?
Well, it's they're both approximate estimates. You know, so it's probably best to think of them as two ends of a range.
Could you carry on with your recognition, please?
Okay, I'm afraid I've lost the paragraph reference that I was at. If anyone could help me on where I was. Section 3. Yeah, okay. Ms. Dewey's inquiry report discusses the importance of full-time jobs and suggests that the measure of jobs in the 2016 Bigger Economics report is ambiguous. As lead author of that report, I can confirm that the jobs impacts are full-time equivalent jobs, as is standard practice in economic impact assessments. Ms. Dewey's inquiry report discusses a range of issues relating to the quality of tourism jobs in the Highlands house and market issues, and issues related to migration. However, she does not recognise that these issues are best addressed not by rejecting proposals that will generate economic growth, but by increasing productivity in the tourism sector. This is done by attracting investment, such as that proposed at Coul Links, that will result in more high-spending tourists who will support higher quality jobs. On migration specifically, she expresses the opinion that migrant workers will generate additional demand for public services and that this will require significant investment by Highland Council and the Scottish Government. This fails to recognise that migrant workers will also pay taxes. Indeed, economic and fiscal research, for example, in the 2018 Sustainable Growth Commission report to the First Minister, has found that migrant workers make a significant contribution to the Scottish economy, and taxes paid by migrants exceed the costs associated with their demand for public services. This means that attracting migrants provides a net benefit to the public finances. High-quality jobs, such as those supported by Coul Links, will both attract migrants and will help to retain people in the area, particularly people of working age.
Just before you go on to Professor Westbrook's report, we heard evidence from Professor David Bell on Friday. Have you seen his precognition that he delivered to the inquiry?
Yes, I've watched it on the stream, yes.
Is Professor Bell known to you?
Oh, he is, yes. He's a very prominent economist. He's one of perhaps 2 or 3 academic economists in Scotland who specialise in the Scottish economy.
And to what extent, to your knowledge, does he examine the question of migration on behalf of the government?
This is an area that he has significant experience in, and in fact contributed to a report to the Scottish Parliament, which I think was published earlier this year, which actually looked at the issue of the contribution that migrant workers make to the economy and to public finances, and so would very much agree with the statement that I just read out from paragraph 3.5.
Thank you. If you could move on to section 4.
Section 4, Inquiry Report by Steve Westbrook. I've reviewed the analysis presented in Steve Westbrook's Inquiry Report, and I am unable to accept the assumptions that have been made. In many cases, the basis of the assumptions is not discussed meaningfully, and there is a lack of sources provided for many of the figures that have been used. The result is that it is not possible for a professional economist to properly review the analysis and the assumptions on which it is based. It is not possible in this short recognition to provide a detailed response to each of Mr. Westbrook's assumptions, and I have therefore sought to highlight the major conceptual issues where I am not in agreement with him. These include his definition of key terms, including his definition of deadweight. This is a concept used in economic impact assessments of public sector spending to account for impacts that would occur anyway in the absence of public sector funding. However, Coul Links will not require public sector funding, so this should not be this should not be part of the method used. Where Mr. Westbrook draws on examples from other golf courses, albeit anecdotal information rather than published evidence, they are examples from elsewhere in the Highlands, such as at Nairn and Castle Stewart. Mr. Westbrook does not take account of international experience, including other courses developed by Mike Kaiser, for example at Bandon Dunes, where the number of visitors have significantly exceeded expectations and are much greater than the conservative assumptions on which the bigger economics analysis has been based. Mr. Westbrook's analysis is static. He takes no account of how the development of Coul Links might lead to a market response, including from other courses, in the visitor accommodation market and in the local labour market. Mr. Westbrook's assumptions on displacement from other courses does not consider competition effects, such as how other courses might respond to a new course, for example by participating in joint marketing activities and participating in the proposed Gulf Foundation initiative. He also fails to take account of dynamic effects on golf tourism in Scotland over time, including the role of Coul Links in attracting additional return and referred golf tourists. This means that any displacement effects will be offset by additional golfers coming to Scotland. Similarly, Mr. Westbrook argues that the local impacts will be constrained by the lack of supply of suitable local visitor accommodation and limited local labour supply. Mr Westbrook does not consider whether there may be investment stimulated in the visitor accommodation sector, nor does he suggest any reasons for assuming that an increase in demand for visitor accommodation from high-spending Gulf tourists would not stimulate investment in new supply to satisfy such demand. On local labour supply, Mr Westbrook does not seem to take account of training opportunities that will be available, or the role of a stimulus such as Coul links in increasing labour supply, including attracting new people to the area and retaining working-age people in the area who would otherwise move in search of employment. The failure of Mr Westbrook to take account of international examples, including those by Mike Kaiser, and taking a static rather than dynamic approach, means that he underestimates the potential positive drivers of economic impact associated with Coul links and overestimates constraints and negative effects such as displacement.
Before you leave that section, you mentioned displacement and your own economic impact assessment that formed part of the ES.
Yeah.
In section 2.1.3, you set out how it is you followed what was then very recently issued guidance by the government, the draft advice on net economic benefit and planning.
Yeah.
And I think, as you know, from those instructing these notes of the evidence and from yourself watching it, Professor Bell was asked questions about displacement by the reporters, and in particular how robust you should they should be treated. Okay. What's your view as to the approach that should be taken to displacement and the assumptions that are made?
Well, I mean, I agree with pretty much everything that Professor Bell said in his evidence, including recognising that it's difficult to make assumptions on displacement. And that's because the economy is complex and changes over time, and with lots of different drivers and influences. So it is difficult to single out one factor and attribute a change to that factor. So, and this is where the static and dynamic approach becomes particularly important. So, a tendency to take a static approach, and as I said, I would characterise Steve Westbrook's approach as static. Really what that means is it considers a change, such as the development of a new golf course, in a world where the assumption is that all other things remain equal. Whereas a dynamic effect recognises that all other things don't remain equal, that there's a need to consider what the dynamic effects of a change will be. And obviously in this context, the change being the development of a new golf course. And all of this needs to be considered as part of an analysis of what displacement might be. And I would look at it really in two categories. One is to think about what the market demand might be and what the market context is, and also to think about how competitors might respond. And the combination of those two things you might call the dynamics of golf tourism. That's the phrase I use in my evidence. So, thinking about the market, first of all, Coul links will be operating in a global golf tourism market, both in its own right, that's its target market, and also as part of a sort of new golf cluster. And whilst it's true to say that across Scotland some local member-based golf clubs might be struggling, global tourism is very much a growing market, including high-value golf tourism. So Coul links will be operating in a growing market. So that's an important part of context. And the other key thing is to think about the response of competitors. And this is an area where my thinking has moved on since the 2016 report. I mean, at that time, I thought that there may be short-term displacement effects, particularly from other local courses, because if Coul links was really highly rated and achieved that sort of global ranking, whilst it would attract new visitors to Scotland and to the area, it may be at least at the margin at the expense of some of the other local courses. What I then expected to happen over time was those other local courses to respond to that. So it's really interesting that that seems to have already happened with the local courses already working with the Coul Links developer and looking at how they can develop their own offer and participate in joint market initiatives. So that response has already happened. So the market is already working to, if you like, dampen and remove displacement effects that might occur. So because of that, I'm no longer concerned about displacement being an issue, even at the local level, because action has already been taken to avoid that happening in the first place. I guess the other issue raised by Professor Bell on displacement was displacement at the Scottish level. And again, I would agree with him that should not be something that concerns us in this development. But I suppose I would express this in a different way from Professor Bell. And this very much links to why I consider the economic impacts of this development to be of national significance. And that's because the Scottish Government's economic strategy is based on sort of two main things. One is improving competitiveness, and the other is delivering inclusive growth. And Coul Links does both of those things. It improves competitiveness by attracting high-value visitors, and that feeds through in terms of driving up productivity in the tourism sector. And it delivers inclusive growth by attracting private investment and growth in an area of Scotland that really needs it. And really, it doesn't matter too much if some of this is displaced from other parts of the countries that are doing better. Not because we don't care about those other parts of the countries, it's just because those other parts of Scotland are, there are other opportunities there, and they will respond. The golf courses themselves will respond to the challenge, but even if they don't, other parts of the economy will. So that's the reason why I wouldn't be concerned about displacement at the Scottish level.
Before you move on to your conclusions, you mentioned both of the Not Cool Witnesses inquiry reports. Have you separately read their precognitions since you wrote your own precognition?
I have, yes. Although the precognitions don't seem to have anything additional in them, they seem to be mainly summaries of the inquiry reports. So, I mean, and I suppose I was quite surprised by that. I expected them to respond to some of the evidence presented, both in my report and in Nathan Good's report. You're looking at things like the Kaiser effect, so it's still, the precognitions still don't seem to have taken that sort of thing on board.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett. Thank you, sir. That concludes the evidence in chief.
Thank you very much, Ms Wilson. Mr Campbell.
Good morning.
And inquiry report, your updated inquiry report, please. I see you working off a laptop. If you're able to change between those two, that would be excellent. I'll start with the precognition, please.
Yeah, I have them both.
All right. Seems to me that in reading your work, there are really three legs that you rely on. And you can tell me if I'm right or not, if I've understood you. The first is we have to accept your estimates of the proportion of Year 10 visitors who would not otherwise have come to Scotland. That's important, isn't it?
Yes, it's important, and I think in discussing displacement, I explained a bit about the thinking that's based on. Yes, so it's not just a broad assumption, it's looking at the dynamics of golf tourism.
Obviously the projection is based on growth.
Yeah.
What may be between us is the extent of the likely growth that we will see, perhaps a 5-year period to begin with and then a 10-year period. And you use words like transformative and transform and iconic and superlatives of that kind, which say we don't normally hear from gloomy economists, but that's the language you use. And so what I'm taking from this is that you are very much pushing your own client's agenda and not necessarily thinking in a cautious way about how this investment might change the economy locally, regionally, or nationally.
No, I wouldn't say so. I would say that my assessment is based on the evidence that I present, and there are probably two main categories of evidence. There are the market reports, such as the KPMG one and the SKW one, which forecast growth in Gulf tourism generally. And then there's the experience of what's happened elsewhere, particularly at other Mike Kaiser-associated courses in North America. So I'm basing it on that evidence rather than
So the foundation, the substratum, if you like, of what you are now asking us to accept is really predicated on those two things, the KPMG report and what you call the Kaiser effect.
Yes, this would be the main sources, yeah.
I said three legs. I've understood that it's important to your projections too that we accept your projections of the number of extra days that these golfers will spend in Scotland in order to take to golf at Coul. As I understand matters at present, the typical well-heeled American golf visitor will tend to use agencies, will tend to buy a package which includes transportation both in the air and on the ground, will include accommodation, and will include tee times. Is that a fair summary? I emphasize I'm not a golfer.
Yeah, I mean it's not the entire market, but there's a large segment of the market that operates like that. Yes.
And we can see that, can't we, in a layman's way, by just going to Edinburgh Airport or Glasgow Airport any day and seeing golfers arriving on a Saturday usually and loading themselves into minivans and going off to wherever they're going. That's a key part of the market, isn't it?
It is, yes. And I mean, I guess there's a bit more detail on this in Nathan Good's inquiry report as well, where he spoke to several of these developers. So I guess the detail of that's probably better put to him than me.
All right, well, I'm
but
happy with that.
Yeah.
I'll put that to him. The point about these visitors, though, is that they book ahead, don't they, for a certain number of days. And they don't spontaneously go from a golf course they've booked to another local golf course.
Well, they would plan to do that in advance. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's essential to the success of Coul that it gets itself into that booking cycle, that it's somewhere that people book to play. I know it's a walk-on course, or I know it's not going to be a club, I know all of that, but clearly you can only have one person driving off at a time. And so it will be essential, won't it, for the well-heeled golfer wishing to do this to book ahead if the course achieves the success which its promoters envisage for it.
Well, I guess the operators who offer the golf tourism packages would wish to do that to make sure that they're delivering what their customers expect. So therefore it's important that Coul links, but also that other local courses are part of that, so that they're not relying on decisions made, if you like, once people are here, but they're booked ahead. Yeah.
But that decision is very contingent, isn't it, upon Coul links achieving the notoriety and indeed the excellence which its promoters desire for it.
Yes, I mean which I guess I've referred to as the Kaiser effect. That has achieving a ranking so that it's seen as a development of a cluster is important. Yes.
Well, there's two or three things in that answer. The Kaiser effect I want to come back to and deal with separately, but your previous answer seemed to envisage Coul links achieving some golfing notoriety and therefore being part of the booking package that the enthusiastic tourist is going to book into. We understand that, don't we?
Yes, it would be, yeah.
It's not going to achieve the number of rounds which are projected for it by the arrival simply of spontaneous golfers, walk-on players.
No, I wouldn't anticipate that, no.
Central to the success, and that's the economic success of the course, is that there's a core of, we always call them high net worth individuals, but they may not necessarily be high net worth individuals. Let's just call them enthusiastic golfers who've travelled from the United States or Canada to play in Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get some golfers like that who, some tourists like that who may be golf enthusiasts who are not on a golfing holiday, who might decide to play golf once they're here. But I would expect the core market to be the golf tourist package market. Yes.
Yeah, as I've described it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, also essential to the beneficial economic outcome that you're forecasting is that these individuals spend extra time in Scotland. So instead of booking 7 days, they might book 8 or 9. Instead of booking 14 days, they might book 15 or 16. That's important too, isn't it?
It is, yes. I mean, the analysis subdivides the golfers into different groups, and that is one of the groups we look at, yeah, that some visitors may decide to stay longer because there's an additional globally ranked course to play, yes.
That's a hypothesis, is it? Or is that predicated upon any sort of analysis?
Well, I mean, it's based on the experience of other developments.
Such as?
Well, examples would be what's happened at Abandoned Dunes, which is another Kaiser development, where the number of rounds has significantly increased as the number of quality courses has developed. And I guess a more local example would have been the experience of what happened at after Castle Stewart was developed. Yeah.
The problem I have with that, Mr. Blackett, is that at Abandoned Dunes on the west coast of the United States in Oregon, there are a number of courses which have been developed over time. I'm not sure if I'm right, but I think it's 7. Is that right?
I don't recall. 5 was in my mind, but it could be 7. I don't remember. It's a few anyway.
A couple of golf courses. And Abandoned Dunes itself is within 4 or 5 hours of the city of Portland, Oregon, which, according to my instructions, has a population of about 650,000 people. Is that right?
I don't offhand know the population of Portland, but that's where it is.
Well,
yes.
if you take it from me, just from private research. But you see, what that tells me is there's a market on the doorstep, which, if it doesn't guarantee the success of this seaside resort, which is dedicated to golf, at least is very helpful to the potential of its success.
Well, the catchment population within 4 or 5 hours of Coul Links would be greater than that.
No, just think about Abandoned Dunes.
Yeah.
It's there, and it's cited by you as a comparator. I think you're really putting it forward as a comparator to what is proposed here for a single course.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying in response to that is it's, if you like, more remote than from a catchment population than Coul Links would be. Well, and I mean that's what makes Coul Links quite different from other potential developments. That if you were looking to develop a course where it was a local market plus a golf tourism market, then you might target maybe East Lothian or somewhere in the central belt where you had a local population of potential golfers and golf tourists. But you know, this will be very much a golf tourism development. There won't be enough local golfers to
quite so.
To make
and
it
it's alongside Royal Dornoch, which, as we know, is already a very busy course and substantially occupied by booked golfers or club members in a proportion, according to the club rules, right throughout the golfing season. That's right, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but I guess it depends. It depends on the context we think about, because the numbers are still fairly modest compared with some other courses.
Well, that may or may not be the case, but the fact of the matter is people coming to East Sutherland have a choice of Royal Dornoch if they can get on, Coul if it's built and they want to play there, Golspie and Brora, Tain and further afield Castle Stewart. Skibo, I think, remains a private course. Is that correct?
It's not the way I would characterise it, because Coul Links will change the attractiveness of the area. So at the moment, Royal Dornoch is the big magnet. So people will want to play Royal Dornoch, but you can come and play Royal Dornoch for the day, and indeed many visitors do. And so while that may benefit Royal Dornoch Golf Club, it doesn't really benefit the local economy much if the tourists then drive back to Inverness or wherever they are staying. Whereas with Coul Links, there'll be two very attractive courses, and while I guess conceivably you could play two in the one day, it's more likely that golfers would wish to play on different days, so there'll be more people staying in the area. So it's not it changed. That's what I mean by changing the dynamics of golf tourism.
But in that answer, you are conflating, are you not, an additional golf course, which will, of course, accommodate visitors who are able to play there, and additional tourist accommodation to make those additional to help those additional golfers stay in the area. Those are two separate things, as you acknowledge, in your recognition.
Yeah, they're two linked things. So the golf courses create the demand for accommodation, and we expect then the market to respond by providing that accommodation.
Okay. And the fulcrum of the argument is that Coul Links achieves the notoriety which its promoters desire for it.
The global ranking is the word I would use.
Global
rather
ranking,
notoriety.
well, notoriety, if you like,
yeah.
Global ranking. And for that, all that we have, and I intend no disrespect to him, are the aspirations of Mr. Warnock, the Kaiser effect, so far rather ill-defined, and the acknowledged skill of Mr. Haspel as a builder of golf courses. That's all the reporters have to go on.
No, we have the track record of Kaiser and of Coeur Crenshaw in other parts of the world where they have achieved high rankings. So they've done it before, and I would expect them to do it again.
Can you account for the absence of Mr. Coeur on the witness list?
I wonder if Leonard Friend could let Mr. Blackett finish his answer. There's been a few occasions that he's cut across him before he's not finished.
If I'm interrupting you, Mr. Blackett, I'm sorry to have done so. I didn't think I was, but still. Can you account for the absence of Mr. Coeur on the applicant's witness list?
I'm here to give evidence on my report.
All right, thank you. I'd like to pick up one or 2 points from your precognition, if I may. At 2.2, in the precognition, you say above 3 bullet points, as the reputation of the course grows and the number of golf tourists increases, the economic impact could more than double, such that by year 10 the course could have an annual economic impact of, and then you set out 3 sets of figures, 1 local, 1 regional, and 1 across Scotland. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
And we see the workout for those figures, don't we, in your updated report?
Yes. But they're also the figures from the original 2016 report.
Yes, indeed. And that was going to be my next question. You've not changed your projections from the 2016 report?
No, I have not changed the numbers, no. The only change I have made is my assessment on displacement, but I haven't fed that through in terms of changing the numbers.
No, but your year 10 projections, which is perhaps what we may find is ultimately important, are still the same as they were in the 2016
right,
report.
Yeah.
Do you see any need for caution about those as advocated by Mr. Westbrook and Mrs. Duhigg?
No, I think they're conservative assumptions.
Sorry?
I think they're very conservative. I think they're based on conservative assumptions.
Whose, Mr. Westbrook's or yours?
Mine. Yeah.
You think yours are conservative? All
yeah.
right.
There's a couple of reasons for that. One is they're very conservative in the context of what's been achieved by Mike Kaiser courses elsewhere in the world, and also they take account of what we've been talking about in terms of the dynamics of golf tourism, a sort of response from the market to the opportunity.
Sorry, I didn't understand that last part of the answer. Could you say that again?
So they take account of issues such as the potential for displacement by taking account also of what I call the dynamics of golf tourism, which really means the response from the other parts of the tourism sector and from other courses to the opportunity presented by the golf tourists attracted by Coul links.
Okay. This dynamism of which you speak then obviously depends on the sector continuing to grow.
Well, it depends. It depends on the competitiveness of the product, both locally and in Scotland as a whole, in that market. It's obviously easier for that growth to be achieved if the market as a whole is growing. But if the proposition to come to this area and to Scotland becomes more attractive, I guess it's possible to achieve that growth even in a market that wasn't in fact growing.
And nobody is saying, from my side of the room, are they, that this project will not bring economic growth? Nobody on the economic side is saying refuse permission for economic reasons. All that they're doing is urging caution on you and your clients when they start to project both earnings and numbers. That's all the precognitions come to, isn't it?
Well, I guess, I haven't reviewed the whole case. I've only reviewed the socio-economic reports. So that's what they do.
Well, that's what they do.
Well, no, sorry, that's what Westbrook's does.
You see,
I'm not sure that could be said of this Dougal's report. It sort of suggests that it's the wrong sort of development for the area. So perhaps it does.
Well, perhaps you've not fully understood it.
Okay.
Look at your precognition at 3.4, please.
Yeah.
You can find that.
Yes.
However, she does not recognise that these issues are best addressed not by rejecting proposals that will generate economic growth, but by increasing productivity in the tourism sector.
Yeah.
Now, Mrs. Duhigg does not, does she, say that the project should be rejected. She says you should be cautious and look to achieve long-term sustainable jobs rather than low-quality employment in the servicing and operation of a golf course.
Yes, I'm not quoting her here. I'm not suggesting that she does say that the proposal.
Well, I'm sorry,
should be
but that's how it
rejected.
reads, 3.4.
Yeah.
It looks as though you are characterising her as an advocate for refusal on economic grounds.
That's not my.
What she says, is it?
That's not my intention.
All right. Thank you.
What I'm trying to recognise is that in 3.3, I summarise, if you like, her identification of the economic problems in the area, which I very much agree with. And I'm trying to make the point in 3.4, I however disagree that my proposition is that a development like this addresses those very problems.
Let's just look at 3.4, since we're there anyway, although it's slightly out of my order, but since we're there anyway. This is done, you say, by attracting investment, such as that proposed at Coul Links. That will result in more high-spending tourists who will support higher quality jobs. Now, do you have a sense, Mr. Blackett, as an experienced economic forecaster, do you have a sense of what the nature of those jobs will be?
Yes, I do, yes. And I characterise them as high-quality tourism jobs.
I know that, and you say that several places, both here and in your inquiry report updated. Yeah. But I'd like a little more colour to be given to that answer. What do you mean by high-quality jobs?
So, it all goes back to the target market for Coul Links, that we're talking about high-spending golf tourists who will have high expectations, both in terms of what they experience and the quality of service that they want. So, for businesses to benefit from that opportunity, they need to provide a high-quality product with high-quality service. And in order to do that, they need to attract the best staff that they can and train them very well. And so that is what I mean by a high-quality tourism job.
So what you mean by a high-quality job is not necessarily a high-paying job, but a skilled job performed with decent professionalism to please a demanding market. Would that be fair?
Well, they would have to also be well-paid jobs relative to other jobs in the sector, or else it wouldn't be possible to attract the best people.
Well, that's
generally how it's done.
Let's just think about a golf course, shall we, which doesn't have a hotel attached to it. It has a clubhouse. Mm-hmm. And let's assume, for the purpose of the question, that you can eat in the clubhouse as a visitor.
Okay.
Yeah. And you obviously play golf on the golf course. So what do we have? We have service people in the clubhouse, either behind the counter in the retail department or in the restaurant. On the course, we have caddies, we have greenkeepers, and we have a core of managers. We have the Mr. Haspels of this world who operate the golf course in the name of the owner. Beyond that, I'm struggling, Mr. Blackett, to see what we could call a high-quality job.
Well, it's a job with higher pay than is available elsewhere in the sector, better training and better prospects.
So
and
sorry, go on.
We can all see as consumers of such services, we can tell the difference between an establishment who pays minimum wage and usually you get poor service, and a higher quality establishment where you expect to pay a higher price for what you're getting, but part of the expectation then is you get a better quality service from well-trained staff. So that's generally what happens, I guess, in every sector, including tourism.
Because a person is well-trained and delivers a polished performance to his or her customer does not make it a high-quality job, does it? Particularly if that job is only available from Easter to October.
I believe it does make it a high-quality job, and one of the reasons it makes it a high-quality job is because that training means that the person could easily get a job somewhere else. They have prospects. They don't have to be there. There are other opportunities available.
Perhaps in Florida in the winter.
Well, I mean, I think on the timescales, there may be others who, and again, I think Nathan Good's evidence has a bit more detail on how long the operation will be, but it's pretty close to being a year-round job. But certainly the operation of Coul Links will extend the tourism season.
Well, how can it do that? Even Mr. Warnock can't control the weather in Dornoch.
No, but it will be open for more months than the current peak tourism season in Dornoch.
You know that, yeah?
I do. I don't have in front of me
No.
the exact dates. It's another evidence.
See, what I think you're describing is a high-quality job from the consumer's point of view. A smart waiter or waitress, a good performing caddy, a golf course that looks the part, which is because it looks the part because the people who look after it are trained to do that. But come the end of the season, they're going to be laid off, or some of them are going to be laid off, and the golf course is going to be quiet, and then they pick up again in the spring or at Easter time when activity begins once again. That doesn't happen at Bandon Dunes, does it?
I mean, these are issues that are common in the tourism sector, and one of the things about this development is it helps address that.
You're not answering my question. I'm sorry.
Sorry, what was the question?
Well, let's just see if we can agree that what you're really describing are high-quality jobs from the consumer's point of view.
No, I'm thinking it very much from the point of view of the employee. A job with prospects that's higher paid than other jobs in the sector is a high-quality job.
Well, that's okay. I can note your evidence, thank you, and deal with it in submissions. That's helpful. Let's go back to recognition a little earlier than we were. I'm sorry. Could you look at 2.5 next?
Okay, yeah.
The Coul Links development would result in a world-class golf course, and that's what you've been told Mr. Coor and Mr. Warnock and Mr. Kaiser are intending to produce. Yes?
Yes. I've spoken to both.
Yeah. With the potential to transform the dynamics of golf tourism in the area. Now, just think about that phrase. The dynamics of golf tourism in the area is going to be transformed by the addition of one golf course. I'm struggling with that, Mr. Blackett. It seems to me to be gross exaggeration.
No, I mean it's because the intention is to have somewhere that will be so renowned within the target market, the people will be attracted to come here.
Right.
And the same thing that already happens with Royal Dornoch.
So the essential predicate for this is the renown which this golf course achieves.
Yes, that's very important, yeah.
And that, I suppose, to some extent, depends on how it's marketed
Yes, that
overseas.
yeah, that's part of it, yeah, but it requires the quality to be there in the design. It's not just about marketing.
But what is marketed is the quality of the golfing experience.
Yes.
And that's true at many, it's true at Glen Eagles, it's true at Royal Dornoch, except most of these courses don't have to advertise now because they have a ready market.
Well, there's two aspects to it. There's marketing of the playing the round of golf, and then there's marketing of the, if you like, the golf holiday as a whole.
Yeah.
So the reason this can transform the dynamics of golf tourism is because you're not only marketing the Coul Links course, but you now have a Highland Experience golf cluster, which is not really there at the moment with day trips from Inverness.
You have used the words critical mass of iconic golf courses. I suspect, with respect, you may have misused the word iconic. I take that for Royal Dornoch. We know where it stands in the world rankings. I take that as Coul's potential. But I don't think that Tain, Brora, Gulspie, even Skibo, if you can get on it, would fall into that category, would they?
The key sites I have in mind here are Royal Dornoch and Coul Links.
Right. So a critical mass is 2 golf courses.
No, the iconic golf courses, and it being part of a wider cluster too. Yeah, it's that combination.
Yeah, but it's a critical mass of iconic golf courses and enhancing the existing offering. So what we're looking at in this inquiry is one golf course. You talk here about a critical mass. I just want you to tell us, as an economist, what you mean by critical mass.
So in the context of the local area, critical mass would be more than one. And the reason that is a definition of critical mass is because more than one means that people are more likely to stay in the area. Whereas if it's one, you can come for the day. So that's the key switching factor, is when you go from one highly globally ranked golf course to 2 that then attracts people to stay in the area and therefore considerably increases the economic contribution of golf to the local economy.
So part of the economic benefit that this will spread will be to achieve bed nights for visitors.
Yes.
In accommodation which at the moment doesn't exist.
But some of it exists, but will be demand for more.
Have you had a look at occupancy rates in Dornoch's tourist accommodation?
I have, yes.
Yeah. And what have you found?
Well, it's in the higher quality accommodation, it's very high.
Yes, indeed.
So there will be that should encourage providers of current providers of visitor accommodation to invest to meet an increase in demand, and should attract other developers to come and create additional accommodation. That's generally how the market works.
What we should be thinking about is the snowball effect, if you like, created by Coul Links. But it's somewhat indeterminate. The further you get away from the golf course, it becomes less definable, doesn't it?
Well, developers of tourism accommodation, when they're looking at their expansion plans, will be looking for parts of the country where they see increase in demand, and that will include identifying new developments which might stimulate demand. So we would expect actually all of the major visitor accommodation developers to be looking at this area as somewhere they might consider investing in if Coul Links proceeds.
Can we look at 2.8 in this recognition, please? You say the socio-economic benefits of Coul Links can be considered to be of national significance because the proposals are expected to deliver economic benefit to a region where there are few other economic growth opportunities available. And then you go on to talk about private funding strategies in the tourism sector and so forth. Is that the only reason that you give the inquiry for classifying this proposed development as of national significance?
No, it's not, no. And if you just give me a moment, I'll find the reference where I set that out in more detail. So in my inquiry report, actually right at the end of my inquiry report, at 6.9.
Just a minute then, please.
So the paragraph you referred to then was a summary of why I think the benefits are of national significance. And at 6.9 in my inquiry report, I set that out in more detail.
Can we look at that, please?
Yeah.
The socio-economic benefits of Coul links, as set out in the 2016 report and the Ventia Consulting report, can be considered to be of national significance, not least because the proposals are expected to deliver economic benefit to a region where there are few other economic growth opportunities available. What region are you thinking about there?
I was thinking there in terms of what I define in the local area as Dornoch and East Sutherland, we call it, which is, I guess it's more precisely defined in terms of the council wards in my report. But so Dornoch and East Sutherland might be the best way to summarise the area.
Not including Naig, for example. A little further south. I'm sure you know that.
No, it's that's not really the area I've got in mind. No, it's more local than that.
More local than that. All right.
Yeah, the East Sutherland area.
Are an opportunity that's based on the competitive advantage of Dornoch and Sutherland, which can deliver export-based growth rather than rely only on publicly funded economic development initiatives. Export-based growth?
Yeah.
Does that mean actually the import of American golfers?
Well, that's an export because it's money being spent on services here by people from other countries, so
yes.
That makes it an export.
Well, with respect, it's not an export, is it? It's money being brought into the area.
Yeah, international tourism is an export, yeah.
I've always struggled with economics, Mr. Blackett, but I don't see that. The money's flowing from the United States to Scotland.
So, well, you get exports of services and exports of products. So if it's a product, the product has to be transferred from Scotland to another country. If it's a service, it tends to be the other way around. It's the buyer of the service tends to come here, although I guess online services can be developed without that happening.
And if lawyers go to Singapore or Hong Kong, they're taking their services to their market, aren't they?
They are exporting, yeah.
They're exporting.
And if they're providing the services here for a customer that's paying for it from another country, they're also exporting. So I mean, it's not a controversial point. Tourism is generally regarded as an export.
Let's go on to the third bullet point. Support the strategies in place for the development of the tourism sector, in particular the role of Coul links in developing an additional recognised golf tourism cluster, increasing Scotland's golf tourism competitiveness. What actually is happening here is that it's increasing East Sutherland's competitiveness within Scotland. Isn't that right?
Well, it is doing that, and as a consequence of that, it's increasing Scotland's global golf tourism competitiveness because it's a development of the product. So there are now more products available of a higher quality than there were before.
And you seriously want us to accept, do you, that one golf course, however excellent, is a matter of national significance because other than being a bad golf course, it's a good golf course or even a great one?
Well, it requires to be a great one, yes. I mean, one bad golf course wouldn't have that effect.
The last one is, will attract high-value tourists will have the effect of increasing productivity and performance of the tourism sector. So because it attracts tourists, that makes it of national significance.
No, it's because it attracts high-value tourists. So this is going back to the high-quality jobs point again. And the effect of that is they require a high service. which improves the quality of the jobs, which has an effect on the rest of the tourism sector as well. So, in labour market terms, the rest of the tourism sector has to respond and, if you like, up their game. And all of that, that's how productivity growth is driven, and that's the source of economic growth. So it's not attracting tourists, but it's attracting high-value tourists that's key.
And that's clearly of local significance.
Well, they're being attracted to Scotland.
It's clearly of local significance, isn't it?
Local and national, yeah.
It's clearly a regional significance if hotels follow in the wake of the golf course.
Yes.
But it's infinitesimal in Scotland's, in looking at the value of Scotland's market as a whole.
Well, it's not in the context of the economic strategy, because the economic strategy is based on inclusive growth. So the idea of that is you're not just looking to grow the Scottish economy as a whole, but looking to grow all parts of the Scottish economy.
So if we did this in Orkney and Shetland or the Western Isles or Macahanish or somewhere in Dumfries and Galloway, it would still be nationally important, would it? Because somehow it would increase Scotland's golf offering and the value of golf tourism in Scotland.
Well, it might be, but not necessarily. It would depend on the exact circumstances of the proposed development and what was already there, and whether it built on local competitive advantage or not. It
would depend on the aspiration for quality and the success of that aspiration, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but mainly it would depend on what was already there and what was being built on. So the point about inclusive growth is to look at the country as a whole. Well, the geographic aspects of that is to look at the country as a whole and base economic strategy on the various advantages that exist across the country. And in the context of this area, one of the competitive advantages is in golf tourism. So it's building on that. If it was somewhere else in Scotland where you could make the same case, then it would be of national significance. But if it was an area that had no track record in golf tourism, then it would be difficult to make that case. So it depends on those circumstances.
So the success of Coul Links depends on Royal Dornoch. Is that what you're saying?
They are very much interrelated, yes.
Depends on Royal Dornoch's reputation for excellence and its present ranking in the world. It sits, if you like, on the shoulder of Royal Dornoch. It's a parasite on Royal Dornoch because it will thrive because Royal Dornoch is there, and it's Royal Dornoch that brings people.
Well, it would be a mutually supportive development, because the reverse would also happen. If Coul Links achieves this global ranking, it will attract people to the area who will also help who also want to play in Royal Dornoch, and so it's a two-way, a mutually supportive relationship.
Do you have a sense of, assuming Mr. Coor's aspirations are satisfied, we don't really know a lot about them except we can see the design, do you have a sense of how long, in world terms, those aspirations might take to crystallize to some extent, to be recognizable as high-quality golf destination?
Yeah, well, the rankings that are done of golf courses tend to be done annually. Mm-hmm. And so when a new course is developed, those who do the rankings will go and look at that new course pretty much as soon as it opens. And will also be aware of the development of the course as well. So if you like, they'll be familiar with what's planned they'll be familiar with it at the planning stage, way before it opens. So, relatively quickly would be the answer, perhaps even in the first year.
And the rankings change, of course, don't they?
They do, yeah.
For all sorts of reasons which are not in front of this inquiry.
They do. I mean, every ranking uses slightly different methodologies.
In that regard, in your precognition at 2.4, you say, bottom of page 1, although conservative when compared with the scale of economic impacts associated with other developments in North America by Mike Kaiser, one of the developers involved in the development of the proposed Coul Links golf course. And Mr. Kaiser gets another name check at 4.4, where his development at Bandon Dunes in Oregon is cited. Now, I'd like you, if you would please, to just explain to the inquiry what we should understand by the Kaiser effect. And just so that I can set the context properly, we have a development in Oregon, which we've looked at. We have a development in Nova Scotia, also on the coast. We have a development in Tasmania, about which we've heard very little. And we have a development on inland dunes in Nebraska, which obviously is not anywhere near the sea. If there are others, then I'm sure you'll tell me. What I want to understand is what you want us to take from this evidence of yours.
So the key point in this evidence is that Mike Kaiser, and in combination also with Coul Crenshaw, the designers of golf courses, have delivered before elsewhere. In my evidence and in my inquiry report, from sort of section 4.3, well actually, yeah, so from paragraph 4.3 through to paragraph 417, I cover that in some detail and focus on the Bandon Dunes development. But the main reason for focus on the Bandon Dunes development is because there's publicly available information on its economic impact. Mm-hmm. Therefore it's possible to present evidence of the effect that has had. And the proposition is what's been delivered. Is that he's delivered elsewhere.
So what we have in front of us then is some evidence portrayed by you, and I have no reason to doubt its accuracy, don't assume I'm doing that. Some evidence portrayed by you of a successful operator in other parts of the world who brings his skills to Ember, to Coul Links.
Yes, I mean that is part of it. Yeah, but the important part of it is how you described earlier the sort of core market in terms of golf tourism operators. It's how they think of these sorts of effects and the reputation that Mike Kaiser and Coul Crenshaw has with those tour operators. Mm. So it's not so much my opinion; it's how they regard these developers and designers.
It's not the case, is it, that Messrs. Kaiser, Coul and Crenshaw are the only successful golf course designers in the world?
I mean, not the only ones, but they're right up there. They're probably the most successful.
Well, what does that mean? The top half dozen?
In terms of delivering the top-ranked courses.
I mean, we would need to know a lot more about Oregon. We need to know a lot more about Inverness, Nova Scotia. We need to know about the population dynamics in Nebraska or Tasmania before we could make these comparisons stand up, couldn't we?
No, I think the key thing is it's how the people who would bring the tourists here perceive the Kaiser and Coul Crenshaw.
Who are they? The agents?
So the people who organise the golf tourism trips. Yeah, it's whether they consider these people to be much of as a significant draw that they can basically sell their products.
I don't see the names of any agents on the witness list, Mr. Blackett.
Well, that's something that Nathan Good presents in his evidence, and I'm sure he can give you lots of detail on the research he did with them. Yeah.
Can I just ask a question? Just it's related to that. It's probably one I would have asked earlier. There's two angles there in terms of the draw or the reputation of the course. There was the extent to which it achieves a ranking, whether that's the Golf Digest list or another. But separate to that, there was what you mentioned there was the reputation of Mike Kaiser and Bill Coul and Crenshaw and that kind of team. So, which of those is do you have a feeling for which of those is the most important, or which we should think about Or is that something for Mr. Good? I'm just, maybe that's too diffuse a question to answer, but I think previously, I suppose what I've been taking from the evidence was that it was achieving a high enough ranking, getting in that top 100 list in Golf Digest. That was the key thing, which would mean these operators would be, having this course on the list and recommending their clients might want to come here. But I thought you were putting it a bit more widely there and saying that actually just the fact that it's a Coul, Crenshaw, Kaiser course might be enough on its own.
Well, the two things are related because Kaiser has that track record with, again, working with Coul, Crenshaw, he's likely to deliver that ranking.
Okay, and what ranking are we talking about? Is there a number that is thought to be the number that you have to hit in order to deliver the kind of benefits that you're forecasting here? Is it? I saw in some other part of the evidence, I think it was perhaps from Mr. Good, this aspiration for being in the top 30, but the list is top 100. So I'm just wondering, where does it need to be?
I see being in the top 100 is important, but the higher up that list, the greater the effect, the greater the pool, and so I wouldn't necessarily say that would necessarily come through in terms of numbers of rounds, but it would come through in terms of the proportion of those rounds that were played by visitors who are coming specifically to play Coul links.
Okay, thank you.
Are you all right for me to go on, sir?
Okay, thank you.
If you could go back to your recognition, please, to chapter 4, which is on the third page. I want to look at just one or two matters of detail. 4.3 first.
Okay.
You're talking about Mr. Westbrook's approach to what you call conceptual issues.
Yeah.
These include his definition of key terms, including his definition of deadweight. This is a concept used in economic impact assessments of public sector spending to account for impacts that would occur anyway in the absence of public sector funding. Coul links will not require public sector funding, so this should not be part of the method used. Mr. Blackett, isn't it the case that deadweight is still applicable in impact analysis where jobs are not supported by public sector investment? A job that would be there without the private investment is not created, is it?
No, deadweight is a measure of the... It takes account of the additional effect of public sector intervention in the economy. So it's the difference between what has happened as a result of that intervention and what might have happened without the intervention. So, it may be... if there was a proposed business development and it got some public sector support, and the assessment was, well, that business might have still started up anyway without the public sector support, but it might have been half the size, then deadweight would be 50%. So that's the concept of deadweight. It's a public sector economics term.
I thought the concept of deadweight was to try and look at jobs that were there anyway and leave them out of account when assessing impact.
No, that would be displacement rather than deadweight.
That would be?
Displacement rather than deadweight. So deadweight is about public sector intervention.
But that can't be right either, can it? Because you're not displacing a job. Let's suppose you're a supplier of, I don't know, alcoholic beverages, trading in Dornoch. The golf course opens, it has a bar, it wants to buy from you alcoholic beverages to sell to its golfers. Okay? That's a job that's there anyway. So the measure of impact is any increase in sales, not jobs.
Well, yes, but that's not related to dead weight. That's not dead weight in any sense.
All right, well, we'll hear what Mr. Westbrook has to say about that. I think.
Could I just attempt to ask a question, which might be a stretch? Is dead weight not indeed included within the net economic benefit advice by the Scottish Government? If we look at paragraph 13 of that, that's APP 69. And my understanding of the guidance is it's dealing with not just public sector funded projects, it's dealing with projects of all types. And both within paragraph 13, which defines dead weight effects, and also within the first example attached to that advice, it includes dead weight as part of the calculation. Is that not right?
Yeah, so I recognise this definition in paragraph 13 as being drawn from the Treasury Green Book, which is it's a sort of much weightier term of guidance on economic impact, and where it talks about here the decision to proceed. In the context of the Green Book, it's a decision to proceed that's being influenced by the decision to publicly support the project with public funding.
But there's nothing in the advice here which makes that distinction, is there?
No, there's not. No. But in terms of practice, economists would, any professional economist would look at this and understand that to be the meaning.
But if you look at the example 1, for example, towards the end of the guidance, there's no suggestion there of a public sector funding input. It's purely dealing, is it not, with the economic impact assessment of a private project. Is that not right? Yes, I am. Yeah. Page 9.
It does, but the details in those examples, although it's entitled dead weight, do in fact describe displacement.
So your position then is that the advice on net economic benefit wrongly defines dead weight?
Well, I hadn't appreciated that till now, but that appears to be the case. And maybe that's why it's still draft guidance, draft advice. So they're talking about geographic areas and whether one development might benefit at the expense of another, which is displacement.
The definition in paragraph 13, which distinguishes between dead weight effects and displacement effects, are you saying that that's erroneous?
I wouldn't go as far to say that. No, I think the definition is okay, but it requires, I guess, further understanding of what it means about the decision to proceed and what drives that. But the examples, that example 1 is not a good example because it does not explain dead weight very well. But I can see if Mr. Westbrook has relied on this, I could see why he has used the term dead weight rather than displacement. That would explain that.
Thank you.
4.6 in the recognition you consider a question of displacement, you say Mr. Westbrook does not consider competition effects on such as how other courses might respond to a new course, for example, by participating in joint marketing activities and participating in the proposed Golf Foundation initiative. He also fails to take account of dynamic effects on golf tourism in Scotland over time. What do you mean by over time in that paragraph?
So what I mean in this context is about the response. So if some other part of Scotland that provides golf tourism was being displaced, then over time you would expect a response to that displacement. Yeah. So if they were losing business to this part of the world, they would expect them to do something about it. So that's the dynamic effect over time that I mean.
I understand that. What I asked you was what period you thought, or what you meant by over time. What period do you mean by over time? Or are you not able to say? My analysis looks at it over a 10-year period, and it looks at a response over that period of time. So it's not that we have to wait for 10 years for the response. It's just that response will happen and the effects occur over that 10-year period. I'm sure you'd accept it's not entirely clear from that paragraph what you meant. And I just want to find out how far ahead you're casting you're looking. In 4.7, talk about Mr. Westbrook's approach to constraints, accommodation and labour. You develop that at 4.8 by talking about stimulation in the visitor accommodation sector. On local labour supply, Mr. Westbrook does not seem to take account of training opportunities to be available or the role of a stimulus in increasing labour supply. One of the strange features about Dornoch in the modern era, we heard this from the Provost of Dornoch last week, is that unemployment seems to be remarkably low, and the businesses struggle to find employees. Now, nobody quite knows what's happening with Brexit, but it does seem that it's the government's mission, at least, to curtail immigration, if not to abolish it altogether. So a simpleton like me might say, well, it might be difficult to attract people, notwithstanding Scotland saying we need migrants, notwithstanding the Sustainable Growth Commission and all of that, the political ambitions of the Scottish Government. It doesn't control immigration, at present at least. So is it not likely to be a problem here?
I mean,
attracting the labour?
The circumstances you mentioned in Dornoch are not unusual for rural Scotland. That what tends to happen if opportunities are not available, the young people leave, and therefore the unemployment isn't here because the people have already left. Mm-hmm. So they're working elsewhere in the country. So the question is, how do we provide opportunities so that people don't leave in the first place? Mm-hmm. And how do we provide opportunities that are going to attract people back? And they need to be like higher quality opportunities than are currently available. And that relates back to the high quality jobs that we were discussing earlier. That's how that happens.
Is it necessarily desirable that young people never leave?
Well, it's not desirable if they leave because they've got no choice but to leave. I mean, if they leave by choice because they decide that they don't want to take up the opportunities here, they want to take the opportunities up somewhere else, then that's great. If they leave because there are no opportunities here, that's not good.
Or if they leave to see the world because the world is bigger than Dornoch and East Sutherland,
then that's fine.
That's a perfectly good aspiration,
course,
isn't it?
Yeah.
And what we don't have in front of us is any kind of analysis of why people leave East Sutherland to be educated or to work elsewhere. We don't have that, do we?
Well, I don't think that's a controversial issue, and I think Professor Bell set that out in some detail in his evidence, where you can see it in the population trends that the people have left over, and I guess it goes back to the Highland clearances, and the area's never properly economically recovered from that.
My question is really centred around your 4.9, your paragraph 4.9. Isn't a new investment of this kind seeking to attract jobs to help in the operation of the golf course? I'm not going to give them a quality label for the moment. Isn't an operation of this kind likely to encounter difficulty in attracting people?
Well, it therefore needs the opportunities to be attractive. It needs to provide high-quality jobs in order to do that.
But that isn't, an answer to the question. You can build a golf course and get it into the top 10. You can do all that, but you can't do it without people.
No.
And as you've pointed out, they need certain skills. So you're not going to find them locally because they don't exist. There isn't a pool of skilled labor. So you're going to have to find them somewhere else. And all I'm asking you is, can we not agree that that's likely to be a difficult exercise?
No, I don't accept that. I don't accept that proposition. There might not be suitably skilled people currently available. Part of the proposals involve training. So some of it will be training people who are already here, and therefore retaining people who might otherwise leave, and some of it will be attracting people in. And these are issues faced by any business looking to invest. There's a normal thing to look at is, can we find the people required to deliver what we need? And so, the developer will have looked at that and considered what they need to do in order to address that. And one of the things they need to do is provide the training opportunities, so it's evidence that they have considered these issues.
So the success of the operation is going to depend to some extent on the successful development of training opportunities for people who might otherwise leave. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, as with any business, that's the case, yes.
Well, it's not the case, is it, if a business is starting up in an area where there is a pool of skilled employment. It's probably the case in rural Scotland because you're remote from population centre, or relatively remote from population centres, but it's not the case if you're, for example, on the edge of Aberdeen or the edge of Dundee, where there might be a pool of available labour.
But also, I guess the market has two sides. There's also more competition for labour in those areas as well. So, I don't know how those things balance out, but you need to be competitive, whether you're in a tight labour market or one where there are lots of opportunities. You need to provide better opportunities that are available in competing businesses in order to attract the best staff and to retain them.
Mr. Campbell, I'm just wondering, we'll have to have a break at some point in the morning. I'm just wondering, are we at a natural break, or do you think
just
you don't
as you
have
like, I don't mind. I have a little way to go, but not terribly long.
any idea how long we... Right.
Not very long. No, I'm sorry, I'm not being very helpful. I'll try to complete in 20 to 30 minutes.
I think then perhaps we can give the witness a short break just now, and if we can start again in 10 minutes, please. Thank you. To Mr. Campbell.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Blackett, just bear with me a second. Could you please take up your inquiry report? I'll try and move a little more quickly. 3.4, first of all. I'm sorry, I should have said your updated inquiry report. That's January 2019.
Yeah.
Paragraph 3.4. If successful, it would increase the number of world-class golf courses in Scotland to 14. I don't want to quibble about a single golf course, but is it not 13? Are we talking about Golf Digest's top 100 outside the United States?
Yes, that would be right. I don't have the list to hand. So.
You don't have the list to hand. What are we to understand then by world-class golf courses?
Highly ranked golf courses.
By Golf Digest? As far as you know,
yeah,
is that the Bible?
That's a usual definition, yeah.
Do you know whether it's just about golf, those rankings, or is it about anything else to do with the golf club, like the quality of the sausage rolls, or the quality of the locker rooms, or the quality of the car parking?
I have looked at the criteria in the past, but I can't recall the exact criteria now.
cautious in paragraph 3.4. You say the effect on Norfolk and East Sutherland could be transformational, not will be transformational. Establishing the area as a successful golf tourism destination with strong international appeal. Can I suggest it already has that strong international appeal?
It perhaps has, but what it doesn't have is it's not a successful golf tourism destination, because so many of the current visitors are just come for the day, and so can't really be described as golf tourism in a local context.
Elsewhere in this inquiry report at 432, you talk about a golf resort. That's on page 16, second bullet point. In 2017, Scotland was voted as having 3 of Scotland's top 10 golf resorts. I'm not sure I recognise that expression, golf resorts. What do you want us to understand by it?
I'm quoting from another document there, so it's not my own work, but my recollection is that it was looking at sort of golf locations. It was not individual courses, but
sorry,
places.
I'm not hearing you properly.
Oh, I'm not quoting from. This is not my own research. I'm quoting from another report here. But my recollection is that it was looking not at golf courses, but at golf courses and the surrounds.
We've gathered a fair amount of information about golf in Scotland in the course of the last 3 weeks, sitting here in this inquiry. As an economist, how would you define a golf resort as opposed to a golf course destination?
Somewhere a tourist might go with the intention of playing golf.
Well, you can go to Gulspie to play golf, but it's quite difficult to call Gulspie a resort. You can go to Gleneagles to play golf, and you might have no difficulty at all in describing Gleneagles as a resort.
I would suggest golf tourists don't go to Gulspie to play golf at the moment, so I think my definition probably holds.
Well, so what should we understand here? In 2017, Scotland was voted as having 3 of Europe's top 10 golf resorts. See, this may be important because they may be talking about a conglomeration of golf courses, the East Lothian effect or the St Andrews effect, or they may be talking about single destinations.
I mean, I don't recall, but there is a document that comes from that we could refer to clarify.
Okay. Well, if you don't know, that's fine. I mean,
but it is set out in that document, so it is before the inquiry.
All right. Thank you. .313, please. Page 8. Sorry, page 7. Apologise. Under the heading Local Benefit, the proposed development would represent one of the most significant investments of private funds in East Sutherland and indeed the Highlands for many years, and has the potential to transform the economy. With respect, is that right? The £8 million or even £10 million that it is proposed to invest in this project is dwarfed, for example, by wind farms, is it not?
In East Sutherland, in the context of East Sutherland, I don't say the most significant, it's one of the most significant. Yes, I would put it alongside.
You say private funds in East Sutherland and indeed the Highlands.
Yeah. Well, I guess the context for this is the economic impact relative to the scale of the investment would be greater in this context.
Yeah, but we can agree, can't we, that there are many larger volume private investments in the Highlands, including wind farms, including what's happening at NIG, announced only last week, than what is proposed here at Coul. It's not to diminish the effort. I'm not doing that at all. I simply suggest that this is not top of the league in private investments.
Well, I guess that there's 2 points here. There's the fact that it's private investment. So, for example, NIG would involve a lot of public investment as well as private investment. And it is also about the potential to transform the economy. So yeah, I mean, I'm happy with that statement.
Yeah, but
on that basis.
the transformation of the economy, insofar as it happens because of this golf course, will be a local transformation, won't it?
Well, the most direct effects will be, but I guess as we've already discussed, that there's dynamic effects in the market as well that benefit other parts of Scotland.
Let's just think about the question, because the word transform is yours, and what I have no difficulty agreeing with you about is that a second championship golf course at Coul will be likely to transform the golf economy in the local area. We can agree about that, can't we?
Well, I would go further than that and say transform the economy in the local area. The section's called local benefit, so we'd agreed on local.
You'd agree?
Yeah, but it's not just the golf economy.
And you can also agree, can't you, that it would represent a welcome change across the Highlands, because it adds a distinctive golf course to the Highland offering. If we think of an arc from Castle Stewart to Brora, for example, coming around the east coast.
Yes.
It's an additional jewel in the crown of golf in that area. So we can agree, I think, that may not be transformative, but it's certainly a very welcome addition.
I would agree that it's a welcome transition, yes.
Yeah. What we can't agree about, it seems, is that this is somehow transformative in the context of the Scottish economy.
Well, this section here is entitled local benefits, so I am talking about transformation in the context of the local economy.
You know the question I'm asking you.
I'm sorry, sir, but again, a lot of friends cutting in is...
So when I'm talking about the significance in the national economy, I'm talking about that not because of the quantity of the impact or the nature of the investment, but about how it relates to fulfilling the economic strategy. So it's a different point.
Different point. We can't, on any view, say that a single golf course is transformative of the Scottish economy, can we?
No, but we can say that it's of national significance.
Well, we can agree to differ about that, I'm sure, but certainly it's quite easy to illustrate how it may change matters locally. It may even change matters across the Highlands, at least in the golf arena. But it's really difficult to see how it can change matters across Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, that's true to the extent that any single development, the same could be argued.
Well, we can have that conversation another time, perhaps.
Yeah.
Now, can I move in this document, please, to yes, just a small matter of detail, 4.30. The rounds at the championship course, that's Royal Dornoch, include that number of visitors, that number of guests, that number of member rounds. Given that 72% of members are from out with the Highlands, it can be estimated that approximately 19,500 rounds were played by visitors. Have you taken account there of the fact that visitors are only likely to come to Dornoch in the peak months of the year, from Easter to September, in the good weather months?
I'm not sure I follow that. I mean, I guess if someone is a member of Royal Dornoch and lives out with the Highlands, I don't see that they're any more or less likely to come at a particular time of the year. I mean, I don't have any particular evidence to suggest that.
Do these numbers have come from Royal Dornoch, have they?
That's right, yeah.
All right. Do they include casual visitors to the club? Evening players, early morning players?
My understanding is that the figures are for the total number of rounds played at the course.
Right, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Campbell, can I just ask, I was going to ask about this passage, and I might as well just do it now while you're there. So, there's a difference between, as I take it from this, there are members who live locally, and there are members who live elsewhere in the Highlands, and indeed elsewhere in the UK and Scotland, and they're kind of country members, I guess. And you're making an assumption that those who live locally play more often than those who are based out with the Highlands. And in that second category, you're including them as golf tourists in terms of the subsequent analysis. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. What I'm saying is when you first look at the figures, if you didn't know the details of how Royal Dornoch works, you would assume that the proportion of visitors is a lot lower than it first seems, because there are so many member rounds. If you didn't know that a lot of the members are from outside the area, so I guess what I'm saying is the number of tourists are higher than it first appears. Yeah.
Sure. No, understood. And do we know how many members there are in at Royal Dornoch?
I don't have that to hand, no. But it will be, I'm sure it will be in evidence somewhere.
Okay. Because clearly you've had to make an assumption about the different balance between the local members and the non-local members in order to add whatever that is, about 8,000 rounds. In order to assume how many of the members' rounds should be visitor rounds, and really because they're tourists, you'll have had to make an assumption about how many rounds per year those visitors play. Otherwise, I'm trying to get to the understanding of where that 19,625 comes from. So
that's right. Yeah. So if my assumption was wrong, and that there was a big difference between the local members and the members based outside the Highlands in terms of how often they play, then that figure would be lower. But given that we're talking about 8,000 rounds, it wouldn't be that sensitive to that number. You know, it might be 1,000 or two lower. It would still be, the general point would still hold that the number of visitors are higher than it first appears.
Yeah, okay. So can I just, where does that assumption come from then? How have you made a judgment as to how often non-local members are likely to play, and therefore what proportion of the member rounds are from non-local members? You tell me, it says here what the sum ends up being, but I'm just trying to understand what assumption underlies that estimate that you refer to.
So that sum would be 11,114 plus 2,399 plus 72.4% of 8,438. So the underlying assumption there is that the average number of rounds per year played by members doesn't vary that much by where they live.
So a local member would play as often as a member who lives in London or Glasgow. Is that really what that assumption is based on? Because to be fair to you, I did some math and I didn't think that was the assumption. I thought it seemed to me that the difference was something like a local member would be likely to play about maybe 3 or 4 times as many rounds as the non-local members. I'm just trying to understand where it comes from.
Yeah. So, I mean, the proposition is that to join as a member, the intention would be to play, more than once.
Okay, I mean, it's maybe something we can come back to later because I appreciate it. I'm asking you to do some.
I was trying to do a calculation. I do have that's the advantage of having a computer. I can do a quick calculation.
Is part of the assumption that non-local members are conflated with visitors because they're non-local, or is there an assumption?
Well, let me finish with my question first, Mr. Campbell, before I go back to you. Well, I think I'm not sure. I think Mr Blackett was trying to answer. If this is something that we can come back to with Ms Wilson, if it's a detail point, then I'm fine with that.
I'd probably better do rather than try and do it here.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr Campbell. Carry on.
Thank you. In a sense, you asked the question I wanted to ask, which is because your grasp of maths is probably better than mine. What assumptions are you making, Mr Blackett, about non-local members?
Well, I guess I'm looking at member rounds, and in order to work out how many of those rounds were paid by visitors, I'm assuming, at least I think I am, I will check the calculation afterwards, that non-local members play, on average, a similar number of times per year as local members.
That may or may not be safe. But
it may or may not be, but actually it doesn't change. Even if I'm wrong about that assumption, it's not that sensitive to the broad point that I'm making. That by that calculation, it's almost 20,000 rounds played by visitors.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong about that, it could be 16 or 17,000. But the point being, it's a lot higher than the figures of about 10,000 quoted in some of the not cooled evidence.
What I'm keen to find out is whether or not there's any conflation at all between non-local members and visitors. Because I live in London, but I'm a member of Royal Dornoch. If I come to Royal Dornoch to play, I'm playing as a member, aren't I? Not as a visitor.
Okay, no, so in the context where so my 19,625 rounds played by visitors, what I mean there is people coming to the area in order to play a round, whether or not they're a member.
Whether or not they're a member?
Yeah.
So
because what I'm looking at here is what the economic benefit would be.
So we could have some
spending in the economy.
We could have some coincidence of identity between people who are non-local members and visitors. You could be calling them visitors when actually they're non-local members.
I mean, I call them visitors rather than tourists because some of them may be day trippers and so not technically tourists. So that's why I've used the term visitors rather than tourists.
No, that's not the point.
So it could be tourist stroke day visitors might be a better term than visitors.
This is illustrative of a trend, you say, at 429, and presumably it's designed to diminish the assertion of Mr. Westbrook that a more realistic assessment of likely rounds at Coul would be of the order of 10,000 rather than 20,000. But if your numbers are wrong, or there is some coincidence in identity between non-local members and visitors, then that hypothesis is not excluded, is it? It remains good.
Well, Mr. Westbrook uses 10,000 visitors at Royal Dornoch as a sort of benchmark or a baseline that he then uses to make a judgment on what he thinks would be a reasonable number for Coul links. And the point I'm making here is that there are a lot more than 10,000 visitors playing at Royal Dornoch. However the calculation's done.
Or whatever we call them, whether we call them visitors or non-local members.
Yeah, but it's a lot more than 10,000, it's clear.
I see what you're up to. All right. Move on in the document, please, to 521. On construction impacts, you say Mr. Westbrook's estimates are significantly greater than those in the 2016 report, almost double in the case of Scotland and Highland impacts. However, as with the analysis of operational impacts, this seems to be based on the very broad assumptions that have not been sourced. You see that?
Yeah.
And doesn't he make it clear in his report that he has experience of estimating construction impacts?
Yeah, but he seems to have used very broad sort of rules of thumb rather than actual data that's available. So I don't know. I can't really comment on his calculation because he doesn't make it clear what he's based his assumptions on.
So you're not saying he's wrong, you're just saying you're not clear about his sources.
Yeah, so I mean, his calculations are significantly greater than mine. And I've been back and reviewed my calculations, and I'm comfortable with them. So his seem to be a bit high. But I don't know why, because he hasn't given a source.
Um, 6.7 then, in your conclusions. Some concerns have been raised regarding the displacement of golf activity from other courses in the region, and this has been discussed at length. What do you say to the proposition that if Coul is as successful as its promoters desire it to be, that this will have a negative effect on the quality courses in the region? Perhaps Dornoch itself, perhaps Castle Stewart. In particular, those two.
So is that a proposition being made by another witness?
No, it's a proposition being made by me to you.
Okay.
What do you say about the potential for displacement from other high-quality courses?
Well, there's two effects from a successful Coul Links. One is that it could attract people to play Coul Links rather than some of the other courses, and so that would be a negative. And the other one would be attracting more tourists to the area who would play Coul Links plus another course. So the question is how these things balance out. And what I'm saying in my evidence is I initially thought what would happen is that there would be a time delay. So initially there could be a displacing effect, and it would require the displaced courses, if you like, to respond to that and, if you like, up their game in order to respond. But my view on that has changed because the other local courses have become involved in initiatives that seek to work together, and so, if you like, the response has already happened. So I'm now less concerned about that effect than I was in 2016 when I wrote my initial report.
So can I put that another way to you? Because you've seen evidence of other local courses endorsing Coul, you're less concerned about the potential effects of displacement.
It's not the endorsement of Coul that's the point. It's their involvement in an initiative to work together in order to develop their courses and to undertake joint marketing activities. So it's that reason rather than an endorsement, which I have no doubt that's related to the endorsement, but it's the underlying reason.
And does the success of that initiative depend on what you call the dynamic aspect of golf tourism, which is that numbers of golf visitors will continue to grow?
Well, that's part of the dynamics of golf tourism. It's the response of the other courses as part of the dynamic. Yeah. So it will be a driver of it rather than dependent on it.
Continued growth depends, doesn't it, on successful marketing, which is an activity that other golf clusters in Scotland will also be undertaking in an ambitious way.
Yes, and when other golf clusters see what's happening in this area, they'll have to up their game, and so the overall effect on Scottish golf as a whole will be to if you like, encourage better marketing and more extensive marketing.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Isn't that likely to lead to dilution, though? Because unless the market is infinite, which it probably isn't, then if Ayrshire and East Lothian and St Andrews and East Sutherland are all upping their game, as you put it, and enhancing their marketing effort overseas, particularly in North America, isn't that likely to result in a dilution of the numbers of people coming and spending the sort of money that you envisage?
I mean, this goes back to the earlier discussion about taking a static or dynamic view. I mean, if we were to assume that the number of golfers is fixed and we're in a Scottish market, then that would be the case. But this is very much a global market, which Scotland has a reasonable position in at the moment, but other people are investing in this market as well. So it requires ongoing effort to be competitive in that global market.
Yes. To be successful and to be competitive and successful.
Yes.
So instead of looking at just North America or just America and Canada, but you start looking to South America or the Far East or wherever the golfing market is.
That would be longer term opportunities. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Blackett. No more questions. Thank you. That's been very helpful.
So, thank you, Mr. Campbell. Yeah, Mr. Blackett, we just have a few questions just to, for clarification, and I think Mr. Bryan's a question first, and then I've got a few questions for you.
Just a general point I'd like to put to you, if I may, going back to paragraph 2.8 of your recognition. Here we're looking at the question as to whether or not the socio-economic benefits of the development can be considered of national significance. Here, and I think elsewhere, you refer to the project being in line with, or indeed strongly supported by national policy. What I'm putting to you really is the fact that a proposal may be supported by national policy. Does that mean it's of national significance?
Not necessarily, no. The reason I'm saying it's of national significance is because it's, I would suggest, quite a rare example of a proposed investment that tackles the sort of what you might call the two pillars of the economic strategy, so the competitiveness and the inclusive growth. And because this does both, that makes it particularly in line with the strategy. So it's really quite unusual to find that. I mean, it's always possible to look at a project and find something in the strategy that's sort of generally supportive of that sort of development. But my point here is that this is a project that goes to the core of the strategy in terms of how the future economic growth is going to be achieved and delivers on both parts of that.
I suppose I'm trying to see if we can make a distinction here between something being supported, or indeed, as you're saying, strongly supported by national policy, and the notion of national significance. And are they, in fact, two different things?
I think they're two different things, yes. It's strongly supportive, but I guess it's understanding it in a bit more depth is required before we can say national significance. And as discussed earlier, at the end of my inquiry report, I give more detail on why I think it's national significance. But the central point for me is that it's because this is a project that is developing what is a comparative advantage in this area. So it's building on something that already exists, investing in something that really exists, and generating benefits based on that. And so not having to rely on public sector support to maintain economic activity.
So is the presence or absence of public sector support, is that relevant to an assessment of the national significance of a project?
Again, not necessarily, but it is in this case because it's difficult to imagine alternatives in terms of potential opportunities for this economy that would not require some sort of public sector support. So in this context it's important, but it's not always going to be relevant, but it's relevant here.
So it's relevant to the assessment of the socio-economic impact of the development, that's clear. But is it relevant to the assessment of its national significance, is the point I'm trying to get to?
I believe it's not always significant, but I believe in this case, so it's not always part of it, but in this case it is, because of the alternatives. You know, it's not that this is an investment amongst many opportunities that exist in the area.
And when you're talking about the area here, you're talking about which area? You're not talking about Scotland as a whole. You're talking about East Sutherland or the Highlands, or
I'm talking about East Sutherland as being the area here. But it's the contribution that East Sutherland is making to the Scottish economy. So the Scottish economy is being developed by building on the strengths of, you know, in an ideal situation, of what the economic strategy envisages is that every part of Scotland will contribute what it can to the development of the Scottish economy. So this is an example of East Sutherland using its comparative advantages to deliver economic benefit and therefore contribute to that overall strategy for Scotland.
Thank you.
I just have a few more questions, more about the nuts and bolts, I think, just so as I understand some of the work. In terms of the assumptions that you make, or the estimates that you make about the level of spending from each of the visitors when we come to try and calculate potential economic benefits, what's the assumption about that profile? There's been evidence about that in some of the other documents there's work done about the average spend of tourists coming from North America for a visit. There's a lesser amount for other tourists, I think. There's a higher amount because as part of those North American tourists there are high net worth individuals who will spend a bit more, but presumably that's included in that average for North American visitors. So I'm just trying to, I'm sure it's somewhere, but just want to, so as we're clear, when you're taking the average spend per visitor and then using that to inform the rest of the work, what is that average spend and what kind of person, if you like, or range of people is it based on?
So the source of this, and I guess the most detailed explanation of what we've used is going back to the 2016 report. So that is, I think, CD 1.64, and section 3.38 of that, which is on page 14, sort of sets out in some detail the spending associated with golf tourism in Scotland, and how that's distributed across different types of visitors. Including Scottish golfers and from the US. So that's one point.
I'm sorry, I missed that reference. I got the 2016 report with the paragraph.
So
number.
it's paragraph 3.38 entitled Golf Tourism in Scotland, where it sets out details of spending. And if you want one important thing to note there is the expenditure in table 3.2 is, so it's based on research that was done in 2009, but those figures have been inflated to, well, it would be 2016 values.
So in terms then, that gives different figures depending on which type of tourist it is, or visitor it is. Is that right? Whether it was here or elsewhere. I just want to. Can you point us to the figure per person, if you like, that you're using and where that derives from.
Yeah. I'm just looking for the section just now. Okay, so the section that outlines that is section 7.3 on page 36. So the starting point for these assumptions is table 3.2 that we've just referred to, and the specific assumptions that we've made is that 50% of the visitors would come from North America and therefore be associated with the average spending for North American visitors, well, USA visitors in table 3.2. And the remaining 50% would include equal proportions of visitors from Scotland, the rest of the UK, and elsewhere in Europe. And therefore, the average spend of those groups of visitors would apply. Now, what would be excluded from these figures would be the table 3.2 included green fees. So we've already accounted that earlier on in the calculation, so that's subtracted from the average spend. And that gives us the average expenditure of, as you can see, the end of the second last paragraph on page 36 of £3,333 per trip. And then, in the following page, more detail is given on the categories.
Okay, thank you. So that's 50% from North America, because that's consistent with Royal Dornoch, and we heard that last week, in fact, from the club, I think. And then a third for the rest of Scotland, the rest of UK, the rest of the world.
And so when we get to table 7.3, the outcome of all of those calculations, and we've included the green fees here for comparative purposes, is that the average spend of a day visitor per day is £225, most of which, or a good proportion of which, is in green fees. And the average spend of an overnight visitor is £667. And obviously, accommodation's a big part of that, and accounts for a large part of the difference.
Okay, thank you. I'll just see what the next question is. Yeah, it might be related to that. I think in one of the other reports referred to, there was this concept of a multiplier. The Scottish tourism, for the Scottish tourism economy, I think, or for the tourism sector, I think the Scottish Government's multipliers were ×5 for the average, for every pound spent on the tourism industry. So my question is that assumption what you use, or how does that play into the work that you've done? Is it modified in some way in the work here?
We haven't used that multiplier, but it would be broadly consistent. I mean, that would suggest we've sort of slightly underestimated the Gulf tourism effects in these assumptions. Because I guess the multiplier of 1 in 5 would apply roughly to the overnight visitors, but it wouldn't apply to the day visitors. But it's not a huge amount out, but it might suggest a slight underestimate of the off-site Gulf tourism spend, which I'm comfortable with. It's always where there's a range of possibilities, we go with conservative assumptions.
Okay, but so using that times 5, it's not something you've done overtly, but it wouldn't make a significant difference.
Yes,
in terms
so the calculation would be if you multiply the green fees by 5, that would give you the total effect.
So can we have a look then at CD 1.164, so your 2016 report, and at 3.1.1.
So could you give me that reference again, please?
I'm sorry, so it's, I think it's 3.1.1 of your 2016 work.
Okay. Yeah.
Actually, which I see now is a very general reference, but so these are quite general questions. Do we know of all, because the reference to, we talked earlier about the golf supporting 20,000 jobs in Scotland and golf tourism supporting 2,000, and I'm just trying to understand, so the proportion, the if you like, the amount of golf activity in Scotland which is from tourists and the amount which isn't, because you were talking about the comparison, you were making the comparison with the 20,000 jobs figure. So, do we know what proportion of all golf rounds in Scotland are by tourists?
No, but I think I don't know that number offhand, but I would expect it to be quite a low percentage, because if you include every round of golf played on every course in Scotland, I mean, a lot of that's going to be local people playing on local courses. So the percentage played by tourists will be quite low, but how low, I'm not sure. So yeah, therefore this course will be not at all typical of golf courses in Scotland.
Okay, I think I just have one more question. If we can go forward to 7.4 of that same document, and it's just a point of clarification.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's on page 39 of that section, or the report. So it's the paragraph that starts a breakdown just at the top of page 39. So there's, if I understand it right, there's the notion that for which you've talked a lot about the notion that what this development would do is to make people stay overnight for a number of days in this part of the area, which they wouldn't otherwise have done, because there's a second or a third very high quality course. But here in this paragraph, it says expenditure of day visitors in the Highlands and Highlands in Scotland as a whole is expected to fall, because it's expected that in the future more golfers visiting the Highlands would stay overnight. So I can understand the concept that instead of staying in Inverness, people might stay here.
Yeah.
Or if you're coming to the Highlands to play golf, I'm assuming most, if not all, visits to the Highlands to play golf would involve an overnight stay. I would have thought there would be very few people who would come and play golf in Dornoch or Inverness from outside the Highlands who wouldn't stay overnight for at least one night.
Yes, no, absolutely. And I don't intend to suggest anything other than that. But I guess what we're looking at here is the economic impact in the Highlands associated with day visitors. So that's going to include day visitors who... So the effect of people staying in the area and the multiplier in the local area, and the multiplier effects of those is going to be affected by that transfer from day to stay visitors. I'm probably not explaining that very well.
I suppose it's that question. The expenditure of day visitors in the Highlands is expected to fall, but would there be any day visitors to the Highlands who come here just to play golf, is the question I would have.
No, it's the economic impact of the day visitors to Sutherland looked at from the perspective of the Highland and Scottish economy. Might have been a better way of putting that. There is something additional occurring to me about this part of the analysis related to a question you asked earlier, which perhaps might be worth clarifying. And so this is additional spend. So this is net of the displacement effects. And when we were talking earlier about the definitions in the draft guide of dead weight and displacement, it's just to be clear that what I'm disagreeing with there is maybe the terminology used, not the methodology. So this analysis does take account of what is described in the net guidance as dead weight, but in my view should be described as displacement. So that doesn't change the calculations in any way, it's just that it's a terminology issue.
So in terms of the work you've done, that would be a semantic point rather than any, wouldn't affect.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, thank you very much. That was the last question I had, so thank you, Mr. Blackett. Ms Wilson, are you ready to begin re-examination?
There's just one point, sir, in relation to the numbers of visitors, which was a matter that you were inquiring about. I just want to check that. So can maybe have 10 minutes?
Yes, okay, if you need them.
I'll let you know if I get the answer quicker.
I wonder whether, if we're getting close to lunch, it might be more efficient of our time just to break for lunch at this point. If it's here, or if the hint has been taken, I'll get back to you in a minute. Okay, perhaps if we stop for lunch just now, then, and we can start again at quarter to one, yeah, or 1 o'clock. Okay. Before we do, Ms Wilson, do you have an idea, sorry, just in guesstimate of how long you might take for re-examination?
Probably 5 minutes, sir. Yes.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that response, but that's good. That's contrary to 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks so far. But that's not you in particular, but our process, our progress in general.
Would you like a shovel, sir?
I'll stop now. So my suggestion then, in terms of programming after that, just before we, well, actually, let's have the re-examination, then we can get back to programming after that. Beg your pardon. I will.
Mr. Beckett, so at the beginning of your cross-examination, You were asked a number of questions about Bandon dunes.
Yeah.
I think it was put to you, if I had it noted properly, that there were a number of other courses around Bandon dunes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And the suggestion seemed to be that that course was joining a number of other courses. Are you aware of the quality of the other courses around about Bandon dunes? If you're not, just say so, and
I'm
Mr.
not-
Good can address it.
I'm aware there's at least one very high quality one. I think possibly two highly ranked ones.
Sorry, I don't think the microphone caught.
Oh, so I'm just looking for the part in my report that deals with this.
If you want to, just take your time and look at that.
Yeah. Yes, I found the reference in my inquiry report at paragraph 410. I say something about this, and I say 3 of the resorts courses are listed within the world's top 100 golf courses list, and 2 included in the top 100 list published by Golf Digest. So that's 2 different sources for the top 100.
Sorry, which paragraph number were you referring to?
410 in my inquiry report, so at 6.1. The updated one, so app 6.1 would be the document reference.
And there it's noted that before opening it was hoped around 10,000 rounds of golf might be played each year, but the resort has proved more popular than originally anticipated, and during its first year of operation, 24,000 rounds of golf were played at Bandon Links.
Yes.
And then that increased to 150,005 courses. Were those courses built by Mr. Kaiser?
I don't know whether all 5 were, but some of them certainly were.
But prior to Mr. Kaiser's developments in this location, just so I'm clear, what was the quality of any existing golf courses that he had not had any involvement? Do you know or not? And if not, I can pass the question on to Mr. Good.
My understanding was that there weren't any courses in the world's top 100, but by either of the Golf Digest or the world's top 100 golf courses list.
It was somewhat dismissively suggested that the proposed Coul Links course would just be a parasite sitting on the shoulder of the Royal Dornoch Golf Course, and your response to that was that it would be mutually supportive, which I think in biological terms is otherwise referred to as symbiotic. What did you mean by mutually supportive?
So, I guess one way to look at it is there's maybe three things happening. So, some golf tourists may be attracted by Royal Dornoch and also play at Coul Links. Some golf tourists may be attracted by Coul Links and also play at Royal Dornoch. And then a third group might be attracted by the combination of the two of them. So that's really what I meant by mutually supportive.
And that of course, involves the 2 clubs or courses being prepared to work together.
Well, I guess it's not necessarily the case, but it would be ideal if they did. More likely to be successful in achieving that if they work together, yeah.
There are some questions about paragraph 430 of your inquiry report, if you could turn to that, in terms of trends at Royal Dornoch.
I've had the chance to do some calculations over lunch.
Oh, well, maybe I don't need to bother asking you any questions. You can just tell us what you worked out for yourself over lunch.
Okay, hopefully I have the same results for whoever else did the calculations. So there was a question of where the 19,625 rounds played by visitors comes from. And actually the answer I began to give earlier turns out to be correct. So it is worked out by 11,114 visitors, plus 2,399 guests, plus 72.4% of the 8,438 member rounds. So I guess the implied assumption there is that the members from out with the Highlands play the same number of average rounds as the visitors who live in the Highlands. But so I guess it could be argued that might not be a reasonable assumption. So if we're to look at the effects of the sensitivity of that assumption, and I guess there are many ways of doing this, but it seemed to me one good way of showing the difference would be if we do some slight rounding, and so 72.4% of members from out with the Highlands, that's almost 3/4. So if we can maybe round that to 3/4 to aid this explanation. So if we were to assume that instead of 3/4 of the rounds being associated with members from out with the Highlands, that only half of the rounds were associated with members outside the Highlands. So what that would mean is we've got 3/4 of the members playing half of the rounds, and 1/4 of the members playing half of the rounds. So that would mean that members who live in the Highlands would be playing 3 times as many rounds as those who live in the Highlands. So that's quite a different assumption from the one I made. But what that would mean in terms of the calculation is that it wouldn't be 19,625. It would be approximately 2,000 less than that. So it would be around about the 18,000 mark. So it's not particularly sensitive. That figure calculation is not that sensitive to that assumption. And the overall point that I was trying to make would remain that there are many more than 10,000 rounds being played by visitors. I'm probably being slightly unfair because I did this calculation in a spreadsheet. Hopefully that was a good enough explanation.
No, it was from my part anyway, thank you. And your arithmetic is better than mine, so clarify that as well.
Well, you'll be pleased to know, Mr. Begg, that so far as your client is concerned, your arithmetic matched his.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms Wilson, and thank you, Mr Blackett. Before we move on, my feeling was then, in terms of how we progress with the rest of the afternoon, Councillor McGillivray, you helpfully indicated earlier on to me that it would be preferable if Ms Mackay and Mr Morrison could hear their evidence today, certainly as in terms of a priority for the local group. So my suggestion was to hear now from those two witnesses and then go on to hear from Mr McAdam, and then if we still had time at the end of the day after that, then from your own evidence, Councillor McGillivray. Does that sound suitable for everyone?
I'm quite happy with that, Mr Dells. Thank you.
As long as we remain optimistic that we finish Mr McAdam, sir, because there's issues if we don't, but it sounds as though we're expecting to do that, so we'll be fine.
Mr Campbell, do you have many questions for Ms Mackay and Mr Morrison, do you expect that would take a long time in cross-examination?
Not that many, no. I have some more for Councillor McGilvery, but not for some from Mrs Mackay. Don't think any from Mr Morrison.
Ms Wilson, in terms of your cross-examination of Mr McAdam, any thoughts on that?
I don't think we'll have any difficulty finishing this afternoon.
Okay, well that's optimistic then. So, Councillor McGilvery, just when you're ready then, and in the order you want to present them, we're ready for your next witnesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Liddell. I'll introduce Mrs Carol Mackay as our next witness for the local area community groups. And Carol is a very important member of the local community, not least because she is the mother of a young child.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Mackay. I am a native of East Sutherland, having grown up in Bonar Bridge and now living in Dornoch with my husband and 4-year-old daughter. I was a former bank manager for Bank of Scotland throughout the Highlands, and am now the General Manager for the Carnegie Courthouse and the Courthouse Cafe. Substantial benefits of previous American investment in Dornoch. The Carnegie Courthouse. The former Sheriff Courthouse was purchased in 2015 in an effort to preserve local history, enhance the visitor's experience and serve as a catalyst for economic progress. I was employed as a General Manager in October 2015 when renovations commenced. These were led by Inverness-based architect Maxwell & Co, head contractor Richard Mackenzie Limited, Tain, and interior designer Helen Lyon, Dornoch. The renovation created 10 months of work for, in nearly all areas, local trades from Dornoch, Tain, Golspie, Broda and Helmsdale. For over 160 years, the building had served as a socio-economic centre of the town. After court hearings were reduced to just one per month, the Scottish Court Service closed Dornoch, along with 22 others in Scotland, and put the building on the market in 2013. At the point of opening the Carnegie Courthouse, only one other from the 22 court buildings in Scotland had been bought, and the rest stood derelict. The Highland Council continued to rent ground floor space solely for the operational purposes of the service point after this time, but they were the sole occupants of the building. The Highland Council were in the process of reducing service points throughout the Highlands, and Dornoch was in the firing line. To prove local need to retain a service point in the town, we asked the community to raise £20,000, which would be matched by the investor to renovate the service point and improve the tourist information. The community raised this very quickly and readily, and therefore we were able to save our service point for the community and secure it for another 5 years. The building, now operating since summer 2016, contains 4 successful businesses: the Carnegie Whisky Cellars, Aspen Spa, the Courthouse Cafe, and the Highland Council in conjunction with Visit Dornoch Daychick. Within the entire building, we employ 33 members of staff, 14 are full-time, 14 part-time, and 5 seasonal. Within this number, 18 live in IV25 postcode, 7 within 10 miles and 8 within 50. There are 9 staff that own a home with a mortgage based on their employment, 9 privately renting, and 12 in social housing or other. There are 16 children supported by the income their parents receive from this employment, all of whom are in primary or early learning education in our local schools. We support 8 employees with flexible and or seasonal work who are in further education, and offer all eligible employees apprentices and learning at work opportunities. The breakdown for each business based on 2018 figures is shown below and can be taken as presented. Links House, Dornoch. The Links House, Dornoch was constructed in 1843 as the manse for Dornoch Free Church. After passing down through the Kennedy family, the house was then sold to Captain Donald Alexander Grant, and after his passing sold on to the Dobson family, who resided in the property until I missed that out on purpose, and the story goes on. Links House was purchased in 2010 in order to turn it into a boutique country hotel. The extensive and meticulous renovation preserved the authenticity and history of the original building. Due to its growing success and demand, the Links House was expanded between 2015 and 2017 with the addition of Glen Shiel, a separate building in adjacent land, in a style to complement the original building and the architecture in Dornoch. Now serving as an award-winning 14-bedroom hotel and restaurant, the Links House is another key employer in this hospitality and tourism-based town, not only employing local people all year round, but attracting the best in the hospitality industry to not only come and work and live here, but to draw all eyes on Dornoch. Links House employs 34 members of staff, 17 full-time, 10 part-time and 7 seasonal. Within this number, 23 live in the IV25 postcode and 11 within 25 miles. There are 24 staff that own a home with a mortgage based on their employment, 7 privately renting and 3 in social housing or other. There are 9 children supported by the income their parents receive from this employment, all of whom are in secondary, primary or early learning education in our schools. Again, that's presented in the graph below. Royal Dornoch Golf Club. Whilst researching the positive employment impact previous large investment has brought to the town, I thought it was important to research what that looks like for RDGC in what could be a direct comparison to what Coul Links may deliver as a key employer to the area. Royal Dornoch Golf Club employs 73 members of staff, 34 full-time, 14 part and 25 seasonal. Within this number, 51 live in IV25 postcode and 19 within 25 miles. There are 29 staff members that own a home with a mortgage supported by their employment and 17 privately renting. There are 18 employees in further education and 18 children supported by the income their parents receive from this employment. Again, the breakdown is below. The combined total salary injection into the local community from these sites as an example. The total salary injection from just the 3 tourism and hospitality sites in Dornoch listed above was 1.8 million, including pension contributions, and that was based on 2018 figures. Tourism and hospitality-driven employment. In conclusion, the investment into both the Links House and the Carnegie Courthouse over the past 8 years has created, based on 2018, 70 jobs, 34 full-time, 24 part-time and 12 seasonal, with 41 of these employees living in IV25 and another 26 within 25 miles. There are 33 homeowners paying a mortgage from their income and 16 renting privately. There are 25 children supported by this income attending local nurseries, primary and secondary, and 13 employees supported by seasonal and flexi work currently in further education. The argument from the opposition that this type of employment is mainly seasonal and low paid is completely undermined, in my opinion, by this information. If you multiply the above figures by all the main hotels, cafes and shops in town, which could only survive by the cash injection by visiting tourists who stay locally, this in itself shows how much of a key employer this industry is for our area. Like St Andrews and Pinehurst, Dornoch is a golf town and a huge magnet for golfers from all over the world. The developments in recent years have allowed more highly skilled local young people to find good quality full-time work in their home area. This has resulted in local businesses winning many national awards, helping to raise Dornoch's profile both nationally and internationally. If we can get those people to stay the night or one extra night and use these facilities, this number will only strengthen and grow. Moving on to Dornoch and District Community Association, which I should say that I am the co-chair of. I don't think I included that. Dornoch and District Community Association, DADCA, is a voluntary-run charity based in Dornoch that owns and runs a social club building on School Hill. We are made up of 8 board directors, 55 affiliated groups, and over 300 members from within our community. The social club, formerly the school, acted as a social hub in the community for many years before falling into disuse, then being condemned and structurally by the council in 2006 and subsequently closed down. In February 2008, a new committee was formed and restored the building as best as could be, and the social club was reborn. 11 years later, it now hosts over 900 events per year, catering for all needs in the vast demographic of our community. Despite the challenges that come with maintaining such an old building, the social club is now a vital part of our community, serving as a host to events for fitness, well-being, elderly, youth and the disadvantaged through programmes such as coffee mornings, yoga, dance classes, craft and art youth groups, addiction programmes, cinema clubs, heritage nights. It is a key player in the fabric of our community. What we deliver. On top of the 900 events hosted in the social club building, DADCA and our volunteers are responsible for running some of the key events in the Dornoch calendar for the benefit of locals and tourists. Dornoch Festival Week is a well-established fun week during the school holidays that has grown year on year. A small subcommittee put on 30 events during the week-long programme suitable for the family, all the family. The festival is such a well-established and popular event, tourists and visitors to the area now plan their holiday in Dornoch around it, staying in local self-catering hotels, B&Bs, caravan parks, and take part in the fun along with the many locals who support the week. The programme is made up of events such as beach runs, pet shows, cinema nights, quizzes, etc., to name but a few. In 2018, nearly every event was oversubscribed, including a mad dash to make up 30 snack boxes for the 90 children that attended the Teddy Bears picnic. The Dornoch Community Market is held 8 times between May and September on the Cathedral Green, with a further one Christmas market in December. There are approximately 20 stalls at each market, made up of local businesses selling local produce such as fruit and veg, eggs, cheese, meats, along with the local arts and crafts producers. Some of the stalls are also taken up by great local charities to sell their wares, such as St Finbarr's charity shop, who put all their proceeds back into community projects, and the Dornoch Beach Regeneration Improvement Group, who sell items such as Dornoch branded tea towels and bags to raise money to improve and maintain the facilities and accessibility at our beach due to the lack of funding and support from the Highland Council. The market is attended by hundreds of locals and tourists each time, giving these businesses and groups a great sales and brand platform. The annual community bonfire and fireworks display is run by Dadka Board and has been held in the Meadows Park for 9 years. This event is run as a free event for the community, which we ask only for donations and buckets for those that can afford it to enable us to put on the next year's display. The event is completely self-supporting due to the donations and the volunteers from our community who run the event now and look after approximately the 2,500 people that attend each year. The Hogmanay Street Party. Another of our recently affiliated groups and a huge event in the Dornoch calendar is the Street Party. Started by a small group of locals to celebrate the turn of the millennium, this event, held every year, funnily enough, has grown into a 3-day programme attracting thousands of tourists to the area, not only for the street party itself, but to stay in the town for the holidays. As a business owner, my daily take-ins and covers are the same as the height of summer and golfing season in August. Again, this event is free to all and self-funded from donations and buckets from those that can afford it to put on the impressive display, fireworks display, music and necessary insurances. Hotels, B&B, self-catering, restaurants, cafes and shops are full to the brim, a true jewel in the crown of the volunteer-run events in the Dornoch calendar. We have 3 key income revenues to maintain the site, and therefore the facilities offer to not only the ever-growing and changing local population, but also our visiting tourists, rental income, car boot sale income and community market income. Lack of funding streams to create new community centre to meet growing demand, and how can private investment change that? DADCA's application to the Big Lottery Growing Community Assets Fund for assistance with building a much-needed replacement for the social club was ultimately unsuccessful in late 2016, largely because Dornoch is not high on the Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation. However, there are huge disparities in income and employment within the Dornoch community. Example, 17% of children attending Dornoch Academy are in receipt of free school meals. The availability of affordable housing, access to services, police, bank, fuel, geographical fuel poverty, and a much higher than average elderly population. With the average score skewed by a significant number of high net worth individuals settling here. Unfortunately, the Big Lottery and other public funding, example the Highland Council, Sports Scotland, etc., available for capital projects is reducing, with those programmes which are still available targeting areas higher on the SIMD. An immediate impact of this squeeze on available funding sources is to make private inward investment into Dornoch and South East Sutherland even more important than ever before, and to allow us to continue to provide the services our community require and deserves.
Thank you very much, Mrs Mackay. A very good story, very well told. Section 2.2, Mrs Mackay. Would you just confirm, please, that the initiatives, the enterprises you mentioned, Links House, Glen Shield and the Courthouse, are Mr Warnock initiatives?
That's correct, Todd Warnock.
And furthermore, I think RDGC, other witnesses have expanded substantially on the Royal Dornoch Golf Club. So if I move on, please. About 3.0. You make an important comment about the employment now available in IB25 area. Do you understand, I think you mentioned that it does spill on outside this area, and perhaps communities which are in the next ward, Argyll, Bonar and Lerg, as I discussed with Councillor Linda Monroe, are also within a reasonable travel to work for the improvements that are appearing currently in the Dornoch economy?
Yeah, absolutely. I may be biased because I'm from Bonar, but I have tended to employ quite a few people from that area. I'm joking. Bit from Lerg, Rose Hall, Tain, etc. Absolutely. And those people are looking for that type of work while still living within our East Sutherland area and Roshar.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor McGilvray. Mr Campbell, do you have any questions for Mrs Mackay?
Mr Campbell, take this witness.
Good afternoon, Ms Mackay. Now, you told us that the local community raised £20,000 to retain the service point.
That's right.
Yeah. And I think in your words you said that they're very quickly.
Yes.
An achievement, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You must be quite proud of that.
I'm proud of the community, yeah.
And you also told us that before the court closed down, that there was one hearing scheduled a month. Is that right?
I believe sometimes it was even less than that, but I think they aim to have one sitting per month.
And then you went on and told us afterwards that there's now 4 successful businesses working there.
That's
and
right.
employ 33 people. Is that
Yes.
right? That's right. So if we were to hear later that Dornoch's been under significant economic attack, we might want to bear in mind what you've told us about the courthouse.
Well, yes, absolutely. I think what we've been referring to under economic attack is Dornoch and East Sutherland. I think we'd be narrow-minded to look at just Dornoch, as one example of the impact of the court. We can see from the likes of Embo nearby, where the course will be situated, that there's opportunity there, and that when private investment comes, that breeds opportunity and it breeds confidence in our area to do these other things and create this employment.
And I think later on, this is about 2-3 in your precognition.
Mm-hmm.
You told us about Royal Dornoch Golf Club, and
Yes.
I think you said that would be a useful comparator.
I felt it was.
And you told us about the number of staff there.
Mm-hmm.
I think full-time staff, you mentioned 34.
Yes.
Now, if I'm correct, I think Professor Bell on Friday told us 52 full-time staff. Would you be able to explain that difference?
No, I'm not sure which time period. I'd asked for the time period from 2018, so I could have every business that I was talking about on that. It may be that they are projecting to have more this year or already employ more than during 2019 than that.
And I think Professor Bell gave an average for a salary of about 20,000.
Yeah.
Now, you don't give that, do you?
Do I not? No.
And then you go on and you mentioned the fact that there was 29 people employed at Royal Dornoch Golf Club who have a house with a mortgage. Is that right?
Yes.
That's right. Now, you don't tell us if they're the sole name on the mortgage, do you?
No, I don't. I think it would be probably slightly, daft to presume that there were 29 single people. But what is important to note is that, much like myself, on a low poorly paid job, that of course were contributors to the mortgages of these partnerships and these people that live in Dornoch and raise their families here.
And of course,
an important part of that.
And of course, we don't know how long those people have held the mortgage for, do we?
Of course not, but they're still paying for it now.
Mm-hmm. And I think at 2-2 you do the same exercise with Link's House. Is
That's
that
right.
correct? Yes.
Yes.
And again, you say that there's 24 people who own a home
That's right.
with a mortgage. But again, we don't know if they're the only named people paying the mortgage.
No, of course.
No.
Well,
No.
of course we don't. But they are contributors to their mortgage.
And again, we don't know how long those mortgages have been held for.
No.
Well, that's helpful. Thank you. At 2-4, you mentioned the salary injection of 1.8 million.
That's right.
Just to clarify, does that include Royal Dornoch Golf Club?
Yes, I said the 3 tourism and hospitality sectors.
And does that figure include tax?
Now, good point. It does include some tax and PYE pension contributions for, I can't remember which way round it is, but let me get this right. It doesn't include it for the courthouse, but I believe it does for the RDGC.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I don't think I included the PYE and pension contributions for the courthouse and Links House, but I believe that the figure I was given by RDGC does include that, or certainly the pension contributions. I can phone the accountant back and get an updated figure.
Now, at 2.5, you talk about tourism and hospitality-driven employment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think you dispute that said from the opposition that the type of employment is mainly seasonal and low paid. Is that right?
In my opinion, yes.
Now, within your recognition, you don't provide an average wage for what people are paid at the courthouse, do you?
I haven't, no. But they do manage to somehow contribute to their mortgages, or their shared mortgages through their income, and live in IV25 in our overly inflated house price zones, as I think you mentioned on Friday.
Of course, but I think you appreciate it might be helpful, wouldn't it, to have an average price if
Sure.
you're disputing that these jobs are not low paid.
Sure, but I am telling you that people manage to live and own houses in this area.
And at 3.3 you talk about the disparities in income and employment in Dornoch.
That's right.
So I suppose as we don't have a breakdown of what people are being paid at the courthouse, there might be huge disparities between the salaries there as well.
Repeat the question, sorry.
Within the courthouse where you work, there might be huge disparities between what people are getting paid there as well.
There may be some. I wouldn't say huge.
Yeah. And again, we don't know because we don't have the information about that.
That's right.
Uh-huh. And you expressed concerns about affordable housing.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. And I think you say at 3.3, if you allow me a moment, you talk about a significant number of high net worth individuals settling here.
That's correct.
That's right. So if there was a new golf course, would you be concerned about more high worth people settling here and driving up the house prices?
Sorry to interrupt. I don't think it's a concern going forward because it's already happening here, and that's what I was trying to get at. I think it was yourself that said on Friday repeatedly that the average house price was £215,000 in Dornoch, and that therefore could someone on a £20,000 salary, afford that. So of course the answer to that would no, not on their own, but by a combined salary, even if they were both in those sectors. Also looking at things like the HSPC today, which I did this morning, there are 14 houses listed in Dornoch for sale today. 7 of them fall under the average house price. In fact, they fall under the £200,000. The difference that we have in Dornoch is that we do have some... Sorry? Slow down, sorry about that. We do have affordable housing, or housing that is affordable to people within these wage brackets, and we also have houses that are valued at much higher rates, and that's how you get those averages. So in answer to your question, yes, these high net worth individuals are living here already, and that has had the impact on house prices, etc.
And I think you describe yourself as a general manager, is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. Who owns the business?
Todd Warnock.
If you just allow me one moment.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Crabb, and thank you very much, Mrs. Mackay. Thank you. I beg your pardon. I've done it again, just in case whether Councillor McGilvey has any follow-up questions to you.
Mrs. Mackay has been always very more than capable of speaking for herself, and I would not care to intervene at this point.
Okay. Thanks very much.
I'm sorry, Councillor McGilvey. Yes, back to you for your next witness. Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Stuart Morrison, please.
My name is Stuart Morrison. I've been a PGA qualified golf professional for 22 years, while having been in the golf business for 26 years. I'm currently based at Tain Golf Club, Rothschild, where I've been running my own golf-related business. I teach golf, still compete professionally, and run a golf retail shop. I'm self-employed, sole trader in my 12th year of business at Tain Golf Club. I have been part of the committee for the Professional Golfers Association of Scotland since 2016. Important previous experience in the golf industry, which is relevant to this inquiry, includes Director of Golf in 2007 at Spey Valley Golf Course at MacDonald Aviemore Highland Resort, and being a golf professional from 1998 to 2007 at Royal Dornoch Golf Club, Sutherland. I have lived in Dornoch since 1998. I am married with 2 children, 11 and 14 years old. My family and I are all members of Royal Dornoch Golf Club, and my wife and kids are also members at Tain Golf Club. My role at Tain Golf Club involves providing golf, retail and customer-focused service, as was much of my role in my previous golf-related positions. I play an integral part in the committee management and day-to-day running of Tain Golf Club. I am part of the Greens Committee at Tain Golf Club with CPD knowledge in agronomy and best practice greenkeeping. We work to provide the best golf course and experience possible for members and visitors. Vital consideration is taken to our impact on the environment with sustainable greenkeeping practices. During my time working in the Highlands within the golf and tourism industry, I have gone face to face and engaged with the exact people relevant to this development, visiting tourists from all over the world and working with the tour operators who have organised their trips. I am involved with promoting and marketing Tain Golf Club locally and to the wider world, working with other golf clubs with business strategies and events to promote golf in the Highlands. I am in favour of the Coul Links development because I believe it will be a tremendous addition to the area. It would refocus the Dornoch Firth as a golfing destination. It would enhance the local economy, which is already performing well in this sector. The rural economy of the area has limited options and is now basically dominated by tourism, and especially golf-related. It will build on the area's strengths, creating extra jobs and infrastructure, as more people will have the opportunity to spend more time and money when here. Tain Golf Club. Tain Golf Club is a members' club founded in 1890. It is a not-for-profit business run for the benefit of its members and surrounding communities. The course is mainly on common good ground, which is rented from the town by the payment of a peppercorn rent. This is offered to the club by the Highland Council on the premises that Tain Golf Club provides golf for all at an affordable rate and bring benefits to the community. The income for Tain Golf Club is roughly split 50-50 between member subscriptions and visitor green fees. Since the financial crash, up to 2018, the club has lost 30% of its membership, mirroring the national decline in golf club membership. The pressure then on retaining the visitor income then has become vital to the survival of Tain Golf Club. If Tain Golf Club was to lose our visitor income, the business would cease to exist. During the season 2006-2007, Tain Golf Club had 4,000 visitor rounds. Season 2017-18, the total was 2,400. This highlights the impact of the financial crash, but also that the introduction of Castle Stewart had no significant impact in helping us recover some of that lost business. Following Castle Stewart's completion, Royal Dornoch and the Nairn began to work closely with Castle Stewart to bring more golfers to the Highlands, but particularly to their own courses. This altered the manner in which a large number of golfers travelled and played golf in our area, as a two-tier system became apparent. The number of players who used to play Royal Dornoch and then the other courses around the Dornoch Firth was greatly reduced, as they are now encouraged to move further south due to their accommodation arrangements. The development of the Dornoch Firth Golf Pass, in conjunction with North Highland Tourism, went some way to promoting the smaller clubs in conjunction with Royal Dornoch in 2010. Figures from North Highland Tourism showed that this project is introducing £200,000 into the local economy a year, with golfers staying an average of 3 to 5 days in the area. This project has proved how successful this type of strategy can be. The introduction of Coul links and a similar strategy to the Dornoch Firth Golf Pass, where the clubs combine resources and work together, can only be a good thing for the East Sutherland and Ross-Shire area. Tane Golf Club used to employ 5 full-time greenkeepers, but now only 3. The bar and catering franchise has employed 4 full-time, but now only 1, partly due to the drop in membership numbers and licensing laws. These numbers may seem insignificant, but if we can increase our visitor income, we will be able to do our bit, reintroducing these jobs to boost the local economy. This could be replicated across many businesses with this development. Even though our main business is seasonal, we have adapted to the quieter months and worked with other businesses. Golf coaching is run at Track, Tane Royal Academy Community Complex, through the winter. Our clubhouse is used for functions and meetings. We are a community asset which now depends on visitor income to survive. We increase our workforce through the busier summer months, but again this is only affordable due to the increase in revenue. More revenue, more jobs. With our DGC seeing an upturn in recent years, we at Tane have seen an increase in visitors and the demand for caddies. This is due to us receiving some more visitors from the North American market. We do not have professional caddies employed. Our caddies are supplied from our membership, who are either retired, teenagers or students home from university. They are very happy for that supplementary income. Coul links would again increase overseas visitors who are more likely to require caddies. For our younger caddies, the opportunity is not just to earn money. The skills that can be acquired are invaluable to their future life. Interpersonal skills with communication, languages, developing their own confidence, and the health benefits of working outside, getting exercise, regardless of their age. East Sutherland and Ross-Shire with the golf tourism. Through engaging and working with golfers and golf tour operators during my time as a golf professional, I am able to shed some light to their movements and schedules. Most of the more affluent golfers to our area, and ones that Coul links are looking to attract, will be on a golfing holiday of 2 weeks, which may be contrary to other reported opinion. This will incorporate between 9 to 12 golfing days, depending on fitness and demographic of the travelling group. If the group is mostly all male, the number of rounds may be at the higher end of the scale. The initial perception of overseas golfing visitors is that in one trip you can play courses from all over Scotland. It is possible, but once here they realise the road network and the logistics of getting to and from courses is very challenging, which can affect the overall experience of their trip. The tour operators have to overcome this when helping to arrange and transport clients around. Due to the hectic schedule of the golfers, they now arrive to play the more recognised course of Royal Dornoch Golf Club and are then whisked away to the next course rather than stay in the area and play the smaller courses like they once did. Coul links would add another world-class golf course to our area, giving the client reason to stay for a few nights. Coul links will have a marketing strategy to develop the attraction of the Dornoch Firth area, incorporating the other surrounding golf courses. The use of Castle Stewart and the Nairn would then be incorporated as the golfer travelled to and from the Dornoch Firth area. The tour operators openly admit they would prefer to put clients into an area for several days to a week rather than have to drive them around the country. The clients would then visit a couple of regions of Scotland at a time and return to different areas at a later time. This would increase the capacity of visiting golfers and the supplementary spend outweigh the cost of their green fees. This will increase the quality of the experience the client would have of each area and give them time to do more things when not playing golf. My general observations and conclusion. As a resident of Dornoch for over 20 years, it's fairly obvious that Dornoch's economy has improved, generally down to the success of Royal Dornoch Golf Club and the more recently created North Coast 500 route around the north of Scotland. The Coul links development would put pressure on Dornoch's infrastructure with the increased footfall through the town. Build it and they will come. With the already improving economy, Dornoch is already adapting to the increased business and developing its infrastructure. New accommodation, shops, restaurants, housing and investment in Dornoch's nursery, a sign of younger families getting opportunities. Evidence that if Coul links was granted, Dornoch would be in a better place to deal with the continued increase to its economy. The new housing, and especially the affordable ones being built, will help to reduce house prices and ease demand on the higher than average prices on current homes in Dornoch. This allowing new employees in choices for accommodation. More visitor accommodation has been created, from hotels and apartments to high-end B&Bs. Most are open and available all year round, proving that the emphasis on the historical seasonal nature of Dornoch's economy is being eroded. This has also led to more restaurants opening all year round, which didn't happen before. The East Sutherland communities are in a situation where it is hard to understand where other industry and investment might come from. What are the alternatives? The area is currently relying on the service and tourism industry, especially golf tourism. Would it not make sense to build on that when the golf industry is optimistic about the future? The high-end links golf courses in Scotland are in demand from all around the world, with business going from strength to strength. Capitalising on this with Coul links would give added business to the smaller clubs around, stabilising their futures and guaranteeing vital community assets. If Coul links was to happen, Tyne Golf Club would have the opportunity to increase its visitor income. This would take the pressure from the local membership fee, keeping it as affordable as possible. It would allow us to divert current spending to projects that would improve facilities for members and visitors alike, safeguarding current jobs, including my own, but also giving us the opportunity to increase the number of employees going forward. In doing so, we can do our bit to improve the contribution going into the local economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrison. I would have only one question, if the voters would allow me. Thank you. With reference to paragraphs 3.3 to 3.6, why are you confident that the introduction of Coul links will alter the dynamics of the travelling golfer visitor to Scotland?
The reason I'm so confident now, or even more so now than when I actually wrote my precognition, I was fortunate to be involved in a golf competition in Spain last November with a company, Your Golf Travel, which is the largest golf tour operator working from Britain. And I made acquaintances with a previous associate through a company that I work for and work with, Srixon Golf, who had moved from being the brand marketing manager of Srixon to being the senior commercial business development manager with Your Golf Travel. And he looked me out one evening and said, "Great to see you again," and so on. But it was, the main reference was the fact that I got so glad you're here, because he wanted to know more about what was happening in the area. He said to me that he was aware that Royal Dornoch was doing very, very well, and he said he wanted to know about the possible new development of Coul links. That developed into a discussion around us talking about golfers travelling around Scotland, the tour operators' perception of what they should be providing around what the feedback that I get and have done for over 20 years from the actual customer who's there on the ground at the time, around it. I felt that things needed to change, and that the experiences people were getting could be enhanced or made better. And by having Coul links, and by having a situation where we had a group of courses together of such high quality, they would stay for a further week, stay for a week at a time, and move on to another destination while they were here. He has since approached me to be a representative, an ambassador for the Your Golf Travel company, which I'm going to Northumberland on the 6th and 7th of May. And he has asked me to host himself and a new business manager that he's instigated through a member of the Professional Golfers Association to develop further business through professional golfers and members of the Professional Golfers Association. So they're coming to Dornoch on the 25th and 26th of June to look into further business in the area and enhancing what I thought should happen, and we were totally on the same page about how they felt that trips should be organised and what they were looking to do in the future, and also the fact that our area was going to be something that they were going to be emerging into, which they haven't done as much so far.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Thank you very much, Councillor McGilvey. And Mr Campbell, you indicate you didn't have any questions.
I thought I didn't, but I do. Could I take you back to your... Good afternoon, sorry. Can I take you back to your precognition? Help me with one or two things.
Okay.
First of all, paragraph 110. I'm in favour of Coul Links because I believe it would be a tremendous addition to the area. It would refocus the Dornoch Firth as a golfing destination. Can I just try and understand what you mean by refocus? Surely the Dornoch Firth is well focused at present.
At present it is. But refocus, what I've actually said, Dornoch Firth, maybe what I should have referred to as Royal Dornoch and the surrounding courses, in that...
Well, isn't it the same thing?
Yeah.
I want to try and understand that sentence and the one following, which reads, it would enhance the local economy, which is already performing well in this sector. Now, you seem to be saying there, and please tell me if I've got this wrong, you seem to be saying that the cluster of courses around the Dornoch Firth, your own in Tain, Royal Dornoch itself, the Struy course, Golspie Brora, Skibo if you can get on it, are performing well as a host venue for would-be golfing tourists.
Dornoch itself, Royal Dornoch Golf Club, is performing, or outperforming, I should say, the rest of us. So my reference is that the refocus is that not necessarily Dornoch outperforms us as well, but as a group working together, that we are able to share the benefits as such, or as a destination. If that makes sense.
It's quite difficult to see how you could do that if you have a disparity, a quality disparity between Royal Dornoch and the other courses. Is that what you're telling me, that Dornoch is a superior course and the others are
the
less?
The rankings would suggest it's superior. I mean, that can be objective to the golfer, but so I'm just trying to find the right words to try to work out what I'm trying to say there as such. Mm-hmm. With the addition of Coul Links, the extra visitor income and so on, and benefits of extra association with Coul Links, which is looking to be developed with strategies, as I mentioned later on, of working together with the marketing and these strategies. It allows the Dornoch Firth to become more of a golfing destination, to be more of a destination used by players as they used to since the introduction of Castle Stuart, which kind of created the two-tier system and changed the dynamics of how people would come and stay in Dornoch to play Dornoch and play the other courses, because there wasn't as big a disparity a number of years ago than there is now.
Would I be overstating matters then if I said to you that what you mean is that Castle Stuart has created an imbalance and has drawn players away from the lesser courses in the Dornoch Firth so that they can have the benefit of the Castle Stuart experience?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If Coul Links then comes along, is that effect not likely to be accentuated? Because if the Coul Links developers' aspirations are satisfied and they do create a world-class course, you've heard all the evidence about the designers and so on, then that is going to further magnetise players away from Tane, Brora and Gillespie, which, rightly or wrongly, are not perceived to be in the same class as Royal Dornoch and Coul.
When Castle Stewart was constructed, it set up Highland Golf Links. It worked with Linairn and Dornoch, and it chose two of the better courses. But when with the situation now with Coul Links has already indicated to us in its ethos, spoken with Mr. Haspel and representatives of the development and so on, to say this is our plan, and they want to bring us with them. They want us part of the development. They want us part of the bigger picture of the influence into the local area. And that's something that we didn't get the opportunity with, or we haven't had the opportunity before, which is why I feel there's a disparity between Castle Stewart and the Coul Links development.
So you didn't have that objective of sharing when Castle Stewart was developed, but you think you might get it now?
I'm quite with the conversations I've been involved in, I'm quite confident we'll be involved.
We already have the one-pass system, don't we? How does that work?
Sorry,
the Dornoch Firth Golf Pass system, how does that work?
The Dornoch Firth Golf Pass is a situation you buy a ticket, you pay a fee for a ticket, and that ticket offers you a discounted round at the 5 courses of Tane, Royal Dornoch, the Struy course, Gillespie and Brora.
Obviously on successive days or different parts of the day, but
you can arrange it around. You then can arrange the rounds around your schedule.
So the effect of it is not necessarily to make more playing time available, but it's to give players a discount because they're effectively buying 5 rounds at the one time.
No, they actually only buy the ticket. They then decide as to how many rounds they wish to play with the discount, depending on their schedule and so on. They don't automatically buy the 5 rounds when they buy the ticket.
But the price is discounted?
Yes, on each round. On each round they decide to play, yes.
On each of the courses?
Yes.
Now, there must be some pressure on you in Tane to keep your visitor income up.
Yes.
That's true, is it?
Yes.
And what do you do to attract visitors?
There's a variety of... We've moved more to online marketing, the use of social media, a variety of processes around adverts, and understanding the feedback from visitors who come. We capture email addresses, we then respond.
So normal marketing ploys to would-be golfers.
We try to, within our budget constraints from us, limit some of the things we can do as such.
Do you ever have to turn visitors away because the course is too busy?
No, but depending on how well organised, they may, unfortunately, if their time constraints are limited, because we are members and a visitors club, there are on occasions members competitions which, if somebody hasn't phoned ahead or communicated their intention to come to us, we then try to help by knowing what's on around us, and we'll maybe guide them to another golf course.
Yeah. But anybody can do that for themselves, can't they, as well?
Yes.
Would you have a look at paragraph 2.4, please? I just want to understand the relevance of these numbers. Okay. 2006-07, you had 4,000 visitor rounds. That's 12 years ago. And last year you had 2,400, which is obviously a lower number. And you say this highlights the impact of the crash. Well, that's 2008, so that's still 10 years ago. But also that the introduction of Castle Stewart had no significant impact in helping us recover some of the lost business. Now, I'm sorry, I'm sure it's my fault, but I don't understand that.
Okay. I was trying to take obviously the number of rounds before the financial crash, yes, because that had an impact. And then Castle Stewart came online just following that as well. Mm-hmm. So Castle Stewart had no significant impact directly to us as a smaller club because of their strategy around working with the Nairn and Royal Dornoch and the way they moved together. I used the word significant because there was, once Castle Stewart got involved in hosting Scottish Open and their marketing started to kick in and television and so on was there, that we did then see some small visitors appearing and saying they'd come to see the Scottish Open and so on, but it wasn't significant as such.
So you're saying you saw some increase in numbers, but not a significant increase?
Correct, yes.
The picture you're painting, the picture you're painting for me is of quite a competitive atmosphere. Castle Stewart draws some people away from you, you draw them back, you get some visitors being shedded by other courses, the pressure on Dornoch so people go elsewhere. Isn't Coul just another wild card in this mix? That Coul will, let's assume the aspirations are fulfilled, Coul will be a world-class championship golf course. That's likely to be a number one magnet, which I would suggest to you can't really help you in Tain unless that course is full and people are looking for somewhere to play golf.
I don't agree with that.
Can you tell me why not?
Yeah. And I think there's been a number of questions around the Kaiser effect and other factors that make this development what it is around, or what difference this development makes or to the understanding from a golfer's point of view who understand the people that are involved, a certain amount of hype around the possibility of it happening, and combining that with the strategies that we've already been had indicated to us around having us involved in the marketing and the playing, and the dynamics of people coming to stay in our area for longer, having spoken to the tour operator around how they're, and the tour operators and the drivers and the people that I speak to around how they're looking to try to improve the experience of the visitor and changing the way they're going to travel. We have seen, just by Royal Dornoch's improvement in the last 2 to 3 years, a little bit of an increase in the type of people who are coming because of Dornoch. And at first, there may be pressure on infrastructure, and it may be a little bit, it may be difficult to benefit dramatically at the beginning, but I think the ripple effect, the changes in the infrastructure to handle more people who are looking to stay, and the fact that it will be very difficult to play Dornoch and Coul on the same day, which opens the opportunity for players to go and play a secondary round maybe on one of the days, and that the choice is in between ourselves, Golf Spain, Prora. That when you put the whole big picture together, I see no reason whatsoever how we will lose out. I cannot see us losing out, and that we would see extra revenue.
Well, thank you for that. You talk about putting a whole big picture together, but what I'm hearing from you are a series of pieces of jigsaws, of a jigsaw which belong together, but they're not quite interlocking yet. I think you're telling me that the introduction of a world-class course at Coul might improve the crumbs from the table that you will get at Tain, but will not substantively improve the performance at Tain.
Depends how big the crumbs are. I mean, we're talking very affluent people coming who are looking to pay a reasonably high green fee through working at Dornoch. I understand the people who are coming. And from our point of view, those crumbs are actually quite big in the scheme of things around the amount of money that can be generated that will make, very easily could make quite a difference to our business and our club as such.
In answer to a question from Mr. McGilvery, you talked about your knowledge of a certain tour agent, and you said, I think, that they were the biggest operator in Europe.
I said Britain, sorry.
You said Britain?
Great Britain, yeah.
Okay. Isn't it right that transatlantic visitors generally make their arrangements before they leave home, and they come and they play to a schedule? They know where they're going to stay, they know where they're going to play. In many cases, they know when they're going to be teeing off, weather permitting, of course, each day, including rest days. They won't be playing, and then they'll have another few days, and then they'll go back.
Yes,
Isn't it correct that they do tend to schedule their holidays in that rather organised way?
Yes, they do, yes.
Yeah. How many people do you employ at Ting Golf Course?
Would you like just full-time, or would you incorporate part-time or caddies? Or
any way you like.
Full-time, you're looking at 7. Part-time, through the seasonal months, if you include caddies and everything, we can add another 40, potentially, who can, when you include all the caddies.
There's 7 full-time people, obviously yourself. I don't know if you're the manager of the club as well as the professional.
I'm the manager of my own business as a shop. I'm a sole trader.
Yeah.
Would you like me to list them, or?
No, I just want to know, are the remainder of the full-time employees people who look after the course, greenkeepers?
3 of them are, yes.
3 of them are. What do the other 3 do?
We have the club general manager as such. We have the club administrator, and then we have we have just having a changeover in the catering franchise, and we have somebody who's about to go into be full-time in the kitchen.
Okay. Is there a bar and a restaurant there?
Yes. Sorry, I need to add one to that. Sorry.
Well, let's call it 8, shall we?
Yeah.
So the seasonal employees are people who are caddies and additional greenkeeping staff. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
I was interested that you allowed yourself to stray into the field of housing for a moment, but perhaps that's understandable in this part of the world. 4.4, just at the end of the recognition, you say the new housing, and especially the affordable ones being built, will help to reduce house prices and ease demand on the higher than average prices on current homes. Perhaps that's, if I may say so, obvious. Clearly, if Coul Links is built, that will increase the demand on housing, won't it? Unless more housing is built.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm much obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Councillor McGilvray, do you have any follow-up questions, having heard that?
No further questions. No, I just think the more crumbs that come along, the better, is my opinion.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much. Okay, so maybe we have a 5 or 10 minute break just so we can get ready for the next witness on behalf of the Conservation Coalition. Thank you. Mr. Collar, over to you.
Thank you, sir. The fourth and final witness for the Conservation Coalition is Mr. Craig McAdam. Mr. McAdam's lodged a topic paper and a precognition. The topic paper was the one we gave the number CM33 to. Mr. McAdam, if we can start with your precognition, and largely going to take it as read, but just to pick up a few parts with you. In your section 1, you set out your background and experience, and we can see from your 1-2, you're the Conservation Director with Bug Life, a Fellow of the Royal Entomological Society and Linnean Society of London, and you refer there to your over 25 years experience of invertebrate survey, identification and conservation. And at 1-4, you refer to published papers and reports, which you've submitted as CM32. The reference to your survey experience, could you give us an example of your surveying work where multiple techniques have been used?
Yes, good afternoon. I can give you an example of where we've used multiple techniques on multiple sites. We were asked to do some surveys for Scottish Natural Heritage in 2012, I think it was. It was to look at coastal vegetated shingle on the North Solway coast. There were 9 sites that we looked at, and for each of those sites we had an initial visit where we looked at what the features may be of interest for the invertebrates. We then used appropriate techniques to look at them, and that included pitfall trapping for ground-dwelling invertebrates, hand searching for crawling invertebrates across the surface of the shingle. We looked at coastal grassland, and in particular for the narrow-mouthed whorl snail and vertigo angustior, and that involved sampling of the sand and then looking for the snails in there. We also employed light traps to look at night-active invertebrates, and we also undertook transects where we swept vegetation as well.
And in terms of Bug Life's involvement in planning applications generally, can you give us a bit of background about how involved Bug Life get in planning applications?
Sure. Bug Life is a small organisation. We've got 27 members of staff in the UK, 3 of which are based in Scotland. Our aim is to prevent extinctions and to achieve sustainable populations of invertebrates. We do that primarily through practical conservation work, so undertaking projects that actually help the species directly, but we also get involved occasionally in planning casework where it may lead to an extinction or where the site is of national importance for invertebrates.
And when did you first become aware of the Coul Links project, and how did you become involved in that?
I first became aware of it in January 2016 when there was a small piece in the local paper up here, and we had a discussion internally about what species maybe, and we knew that Fonseca seedfly was here on this piece of coast, so we were interested to find out what was going to happen with the development in relation to Fonseca seedfly. The coalition formed later that year to look at more broadly at the issues around this development. That's when I was involved in that as well.
And in terms of your knowledge of the site, can you tell us how often you've visited the site?
I've been to the site on 7 occasions, 4 prior to the plans being announced while holidaying up here, and 3 during the examination, the pre-examination meeting, between the pre-examination meeting and today.
Turning back to your precognition, in your section 3 you set out the importance of Coul Links for invertebrates, and in the paragraphs 3.3 onwards, you set out the various data sources. Could you explain briefly those data sources, and in particular the relevance of the Highland Biological Recording Group and its review?
Yeah, so to find out what the importance of Coul links is for invertebrates, we need to know what was on the site. The applicant produced a natural heritage information desk study, which included 301 species, non-Lepidoptera invertebrate species. Highland Biological Recording Group is, at the pre-examination meeting, Highland Biological Recording Group were there and wanted to be represented, and particularly because they felt that their representation in the desk study was incorrect. Highland Biological Recording Group is a local recording group, which encourages the recording of species in Highland. It also maintains a database with over 250,000 records on it of species from the Highland area. Highland Biological Recording Group did a review of the applicant's desk study and looked at other data sources that were missed, and in particular looking at invertebrate species, and identified 109 additional non-Lepidoptera invertebrate species that were available. The data was available on the National Biodiversity Network Atlas. This is a national portal for accessing biological data.
I think following from the pre-examination meeting, the Highland Biological Recording Group decided not to take part in this inquiry on the basis that the coalition would cover the issues they would have covered.
That's correct.
If we can move further on in your recognition, and in your section 4, you cover the inadequacies of the environmental statement, and if I can ask you to read 4.4 and 4.5 to explain how the invertebrate assemblage needs to be considered.
Sure. The combined list of 410 species identified from the applicant's desk study and the additional NBN Atlas data includes 24 invertebrate species of conservation concern, which have been recorded from the application site, 8 of which are of national importance and therefore qualify as a listed feature of the Ramsar site under Criterion 2 of the Ramsar site selection criteria. The significance of the impacts of the proposed development on the invertebrate features of the Ramsar site has not been assessed, and no cognizance has been taken of the presence of 7 non-Lepidoptera species listed on the Scottish Biodiversity List. Without more detailed survey work, it is not possible to conclude what the impacts are.
And you've just referred there to the Scottish Biodiversity List. Can you explain what the relevance of that list is?
The Scottish Biodiversity List is a list of species and habitats that are of principal importance to the conservation of biodiversity, as defined by the Scottish ministers under the Nature Conservation Scotland Act.
Looking at the various different listings for the species, if we can turn to your topic paper, where you deal with this at 3.8 and 3.9, and if you could just give us a brief indication of the various different listings and why they're relevant to this site.
Yeah, so species of conservation concern can be broken down into 3 groupings. The conservation status of invertebrates is assessed against criteria. And initially the criteria were the Red Data Book criteria, which were Great Britain criteria. They only covered Great Britain. They were based on rarity and a degree of threat. They were then superseded by the International Union for Conservation of Nature criteria. And these are worldwide criteria, internationally accepted, and are more focused on the threat of the species. On top of that, there's a Great Britain measure of rarity which classifies species as nationally rare or nationally scarce.
And if we can turn then to look at the Ramsar listing, and this is in CD 5.3. CD 5.3 is in 3 parts, and the one I wanted you to look at is the information sheet.
Information sheet on Ramsar wetlands.
Yes. And in particular, page 2, they're numbered at the top of each page. And it's the section 12, justification of the application of each criterion. Earlier in the inquiry, we heard from Drs. Cosgrove and McMullen about the status of invertebrates in this Ramsar listing. Also, Dr. Young in relation to the Lepidoptera. Can you indicate, and obviously this is in relation to the non-Lepidoptera invertebrates, what your understanding of the inclusion of invertebrates in this Ramsar information sheet is?
Sure. Under section 12, Ramsar criterion 2 is that the site supports nationally scarce aquatic plants and British Red Data Book invertebrates. As I've explained, at the time of the listing of the Ramsar site, we were using the Red Data Book criteria. They've since been superseded by the IUCN Red List Assessment criteria. So I would take that to mean any of the species that are listed under either of those systems.
And then if we move on to survey methods, Dr. McMullen in his evidence suggested that surveying for all the invertebrates on the site would be difficult without destroying a lot of the species. Can you explain, and I know you've mentioned in passing some of the types of surveys, but can you explain what undertaking an invertebrate survey in this site would involve?
If I was undertaking an invertebrate survey on this site, I would walk over the site, I would look at what the features were of particular interest to invertebrates, I would look at the records that had been collected before to work out what the important species were. I would then adapt I would look at what survey methods were appropriate for those and where we should be surveying for them. So as a wetland site, I would be particularly looking at what wetland features were important for invertebrates, what wetland invertebrates had been listed on the site, and doing surveys for wetlands. We knew that Fonseca seed fly was present on the site and used the dune grasslands, so I would be looking at that as well. And I'd be looking at the other species that are listed for the site and seeing what other habitats and survey methods would be required.
And in terms of the survey work that you would recommend for the site, would you regard that survey work as being particularly onerous?
No, not particularly. In Dr. Cosgrove's topic paper Precognition, he mentions that the Fonseca seed fly survey collected several hundred specimens of flies, but those have already been collected. We could get the information from them and use that information. We've only actually in the ES used the 3 specimens of Fonseca seed fly. And again, aquatic surveys are relatively quick to do, and considering it is a wetland site, as Ramsar site, I would have expected aquatic invertebrate surveys to be undertaken.
And to put this into context, is it standard practice to undertake an invertebrate survey for new developments?
No, not necessarily. We would only recommend it where there was where the site was nationally important for invertebrates, where we knew that there were features of interest, we wouldn't recommend it for every planning site, every development site, no.
Turning then to look at scoping and the initial assessment, if we can look at Dr McMullen's inquiry report, which is APP 3.1, and go to the table on page 83.
Page
What was the
83.
page? Page 83.
Yes, APP 3.1 and it's page 83.
I have that, yeah.
And this is the table I took Dr McMullen to in cross-examination, and it's a convenient reference source to put some points to you. And to put it in context, Dr McMullen explained that the far right column was his commentary, and the rest of the table, the other columns, he had taken from a not Coul document. Just to give that as the context. If we look at the reference to the invertebrate assemblage, which is the fourth from the bottom, so that's the one on my copy that's in the light green shading,
Yep.
Coul invertebrate assemblage, and picking up on various of the references there. So to start with, the first column, we can find if we flick back a page or two, but that column is developer ES environmental statement treatment, and we see there that it says ignored. Can I ask you to comment on that?
I would agree that the invertebrate assemblage has been ignored.
And then if we go to, if we scan across, that was the first column. The second column mentions that it's about the invertebrate assemblage. The third column, where it says not allocated, and again, if we flicked back, the column is headed up importance, developer ES, so presumably it's meaning that's in the developer ES. We see that it says not allocated. Again, what's your comment on that?
I would agree that it doesn't feature in the ES.
Passing over the next column, the column which is then the fifth column, and again, the flipping back, we would see it's headed up resultant effect developer ES, and it's marked no consideration. Would you agree that the invertebrate assemblage was given no consideration in the developer ES?
I would.
And if we can go to the desk study at CD 129.
Yep, I have that.
This is the Coul Links Natural Heritage Information Desk Study by Alba Ecology in 2017. What does this desk study show?
This is a summary document which shows the number of different species of different orders or classes or groups of of animal that were found, of animals and plants that were found on the site. It doesn't have anything else than that. It doesn't have any assessment of the importance of those species.
If we can turn then to look at the consideration by Scottish Natural Heritage, and if we can look at the coalition document CC15.
Yep, I have that.
For those on the electronic version, the particular part I'm looking at is 935 in the PDF. Earlier in the inquiry, I took various witnesses to earlier parts of the SNH responses dealing with ornithology. What I wanted to take you through are, there's two memos from Athiad Tonhaska, the Policy and Advice Officer, Terrestrial Invertebrates, and the first one is dated 13th October 2016. So if we start at that, and do we see from that memo, it's headed up Coul Links, Lochfleet, Triple SI. There's discussion in that memo. Generally, are the comments from the SNH officer restricted to the Triple SI and the Fonseca seed fly?
Yes, that's correct.
And then if we move on, we then see there's a memo from Dr. Tonhaska, 27th October 2017, and again, what is the scope of the comments from Dr. Tonhaska?
It would appear to just be Fonseca seed fly in this memo.
And Dr. Tonhaska, am I correct that he, I think it's a he, is SNH's only invertebrate expert?
That's correct.
And in terms of data, you've referred in your evidence to the NBN Atlas. I cross-examined Dr. Cosgrove on it. He suggested that it's got very restricted availability for commercial use. Is that your understanding?
There are different licenses applied to the data sets on the NBN Atlas. So there are open licenses that allow any use, and there are a license that restricts non-commercial use. The restriction on non-commercial use can be waived if you get in touch with the dataset owner and ask for permission to use it. I did have a look at the breakdown of records that were available in that set of data that I referred to in my topic paper, and just over a third of them are actually available for open use, so they could be used for commercial purposes.
I'll come back to the SNH memos in a while. If we can look at the environmental statement, which is CD17, and the tables on page 203. On page 203, this is in the section Evaluation of Construction and Operation Effects. Table B14 summarises potential construction impacts and ecological receptors. Table B15 summarises potential operational impacts and ecological receptors. So it's dealing with the two phases, construction first and then operational. On the table B15, the second table, if we look at the middle row, maintaining greens and teas, there's a comment there, use of herbicide and pesticide reduced diversity of plants and invertebrate in surrounding areas. Can you just comment on whether that reference in the operational table and the references in the construction table are sufficient assessment?
I think that there should have been some consideration of the impacts on invertebrates in all these topics on both these tables, rather than just on the one on maintaining greens and teas.
We heard from Dr. McMullen in his evidence about the edge effect and how that could be beneficial for all sorts of species, including invertebrates. There was mention of managed rough, which could be beneficial for invertebrates as ground dwelling, easier to move around, and where there's reliance on light and heat energy, that could increase due to grass management. What's your view on those likely beneficial effects for invertebrates?
It's quite a sweeping statement to say that it would be beneficial to invertebrates. Different invertebrates have different requirements. Some require short turf sward heights, some require long turf heights, sward heights. Others require large patches, small patches. So we can't make a single statement about all invertebrates and the benefits that, or otherwise, that might be for them.
In your view, bearing in mind what you just said, is there enough information available at this stage to be able to make a comment on beneficial effects with relation to this edge effect?
I don't think we have enough information on what species are using which parts of the site, so we can't make a judgment on whether certain types of habitat management will benefit them or not.
Dr. McMullen said if you look after habitats, you look after species. Species are like baubles in a Christmas tree, and it's about looking after the Christmas tree. What's your view on that approach?
It's another sweeping statement. Habitat management is a key, has a role to play and can benefit species and species conservation. But to extend Dr. McMullen's analogy, if we don't know what baubles are in the box and how they attach to the tree, then we don't know if the tree is suitable for them.
Dr. McMullen, in discussing about footpaths and impacts on connectivity and whether those were a problem, said not especially thousands of inverts, so hard to be sure. What's your comment on that proposition?
Just before that question is answered, sir, if it could be noted that I don't agree with that representation of Dr. McMullen's evidence.
For that last particular question. I wasn't sure I didn't quite hear the last particular question either. Can you maybe repeat it?
Mr. McAdam, you were here to hear Dr. McMullen's evidence, weren't you?
I listened to it in the webcast.
Yes. Maybe if you put it in your words then about Dr McMullen's comment about footpaths, impacts on connectivity for invertebrates and the extent to which that was a problem and what your view of the situation is.
It's difficult to say without knowing which species are using the site and which ones are going to be impacted and what their requirements are to know whether they will or will not cross footpaths or not.
Dr McMullen in his topic paper, it's just one sentence, I'm not sure we need it in front of us, but for the reference it's paragraph 15.5 on page 50. And he says there, ground-based small invertebrate species may also be limited in their spread by relatively small features, whereas birds and flying insects are able to bypass unsuitable habitat. What's your view on that statement?
Well, flying insects are only fly for part of their life cycle. For the rest of the time, they'll be either ground dwelling or dwelling on vegetation. So that's really just looking at one very, very small part of their life cycle.
If we can turn now to look at the Fonseca seed fly, and to give this context, can you tell us briefly what is known and what is not known about the Fonseca seed fly?
Fonseca seed fly was first collected in the 1960s, 1965. It wasn't described as a new species until 1989. It was first found at Dornoch Sands. It has since been found to occupy the dune habitats on the coast, the East Sutherland coast, from Dornoch Point area in the south to Coul Links in the north. As a seed fly, it's associated with the seed heads. The larvae will develop in seed heads of composite plants. We don't know which plants they are. It's been suggested that it could be sow thistle and ragwort, but equally it could be creeping thistle or black knapweed or other plants like that. We don't know where it pupates. It's thought that it may pupate in the sand below those plants. And I think that's about all we know about the species.
Dr Cosgrove, in his evidence, discussed the flight period of the Fonseca seed fly, and he mentioned that the flight period was extended to early June. What's your view on that?
Yeah, so Dr Cosgrove said that they'd found it in early June. Insects, a lot of invertebrates, develop due to temperature. So depending on the months previously, how warm or cold or otherwise those have been, will delay or progress their development. The surveys for Fonseca seed fly were undertaken in June 2016. The winter of 2015-16 was the third warmest on record, and December 2015 was the warmest December on record. So it is quite possible that it has developed a lot quicker during 2016 to emerge earlier. It does, however, sort of, emphasise the point that looking at a single snapshot in time doesn't give you the full picture.
If we can go back to the SNH memos in CC15 and look specifically at what those say about Fonseca seed fly, as we saw earlier, there's two memos from Dr. Tonhaska. If we take them chronologically and start with the 13th October 2016 one, what do we see in the second paragraph that Dr. Tonhaska says about the Fonseca seed fly?
The one that begins until, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So Dr. Tonhaska here is saying that, it's just saying what I've just said there, which is about until we know about the which plant it is using and the distribution of that plant and how frequent that plant is on the site, we would have to assume that it was distributed throughout the site, is what he's saying here.
And then if we go to the memo, it's about a year that's passed. The second memo was 27th October 2017, and is there anything in that second memo to suggest that Dr. Tonhaska's views have changed or further information has come forward that clarifies anything?
No, his second paragraph there repeats what he said in his previous memo. Since we know very little about ecology and biology, we cannot estimate the extension of habitat required and the levels of disturbance that would be considered tolerable or safe.
Those two memos are very much part of SNH's consideration. If we then move to look at a later statement from SNH, this is in CD 217.
This is a letter to Highland Council on the 24th of November 2017.
Correct. And the relevant part dealing with the Fonseca seed fly is at the very bottom of the numbered page 6, which is actually the start of the annex. And then carries forward onto the following page. Dr. Cosgrove, in his evidence, suggested that SNH had said there was no likely significant effect for the Fonseca seed fly. What do you see in this document in terms of what SNH are saying about likely effect on the Fonseca seed fly?
The second paragraph suggests that they don't have enough information to estimate the level of disturbance that would be considered tolerable. So that would suggest that they weren't able to decide whether there was a significant effect or not.
And your opinion, is the current baseline information sufficient to assess the extent of the Fonseca seed fly population at this location?
Well, we have two surveys that have been undertaken on the application site. There's a survey, a previous survey undertaken by SNH on Embo dunes, and the applicant survey on the rest of the site. That gives us some locations that the species has been found, but it doesn't tell us about the extent of the population or the size of the population on the site. It also doesn't tell us what habitat it is it requires, what species of plant it requires.
We heard about the proposal for PhD research on the Fonseca seed fly and the opportunity that provided to supply further baseline information. In your view, can that be baseline information if construction is ongoing at the time of the research, or does that research need to be completed before construction commences if it's to provide a baseline picture?
A baseline is only a baseline if it happens before there's any change. So, in my view, any further survey work needs to be done to establish a baseline needs to be done before any construction work takes place.
Dr. Cosgrove said that the parts of the site best suited to the Fonseca seed fly are relatively less impacted. Do you agree?
I don't agree that we know which parts of the site are best suited, because we don't know enough about the ecology and the habitat requirements of the species, no.
And if we can turn back to the environmental statement and go to page 212. Page 212, it's table B22, summary of potential construction and operational effects on Fonseca's seed fly. And this was discussed during Dr. Cosgrove's cross-examination. What's your understanding of what this table actually shows? Does it summarise effects on the Fonseca's seed fly, or does it actually indicate something different?
So from my understanding of Dr. Cosgrove's answers under cross-examination, this is actually showing the effect on the habitat. So this is showing what these actions would have on the habitat rather than the effect it would have on Fonseca's seed fly.
And by way of illustration, if we look at the fourth row, reversibility, the second column is habitat loss, the third column, herbicide, insecticide pollution event. We see that if there's a herbicide insecticide pollution event, the effect is reversible. Would you regard the effect on the Fonseca seed fly in such an event as being reversible?
No, an insecticide event would cause the death of any Fonseca seed fly larvae in that area, so that wouldn't be reversible.
And the suggestion of the funded PhD on the Fonseca seed fly, in your view, would that amount to mitigation?
No, it would be a means of identifying what mitigation was required, but it wouldn't be mitigation in itself.
We heard from Drs Cosgrove and Haspel about adaptive management and micrositing. In your view, would those be effective mitigation to avoid key Fonseca seed fly areas?
Only if we know what those key areas are. At the moment, we don't know what those key areas are or where the species is using, or what the species is using on the site. So at this stage, we wouldn't be able to do any micrositing around those areas.
And if I could ask you then to finish by going back to your precognition, and if you could read paragraph 5.4 and then the whole of your conclusion.
Okay, no mitigation is offered for the potential impacts on the nationally important invertebrate assemblage present at Coul links, and the absence of up-to-date invertebrate surveys means that it is difficult to determine the mitigation required. Without appropriate mitigation, a risk of damage to the qualifying invertebrate interest of the Ramsar site and the Scottish Biodiversity List species present on this application site remains. In conclusion, the applicant has failed to provide sufficient information to allow an assessment of the impact of the proposed development on the nationally important invertebrate assemblage at Coul links to be undertaken. This failure is primarily due to a flawed natural heritage death study and the absence of targeted invertebrate surveys other than for Fonseca's seed fly. Furthermore, the impacts of the proposed development on the invertebrate features of the Ramsar site have not been assessed, and no cognizance has been taken of the presence of species listed on the Scottish Biodiversity List. The importance of Fonseca's seed fly as a globally endangered endemic species has been underplayed in the ES, and the proposed development could have irreversible adverse impacts on this species. No mitigation has been offered for the impacts on the nationally important invertebrate assemblage at Coul links, and mitigation offered for the impacts on Fonseca's seed fly is both inadequate and inappropriate. Without knowing the outcome of the PhD research, there can be no confidence that any mitigation measure proposed can be implemented on the application site, or that they will be successful in mitigating the impacts. In summary, the applicant has failed to provide all necessary information required for the environmental impact assessment, and therefore the ES, and further information provided is incomplete. In addition, the applicant has failed to fully take account of all the listed features of the Ramsar site within or adjacent to the application site. Due to the inadequate information provided and incomplete assessment undertaken, it is impossible to exclude the potential for adverse effects and damage to the Ramsar site and its species. In addition, the overall biodiversity importance of the application site has not been taken into account.
Thank you very much, Mr. McAdam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collar. I think we'll have a short 5-minute break just before we start cross-examination. The cross-examination of Mr. McAdam. So over to you, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. McAdam.
Good afternoon.
Could you look, please, at your precognition? You set out your background experience. Can you tell the inquiry, please, what academic qualifications you have?
I have an HND in civil engineering.
So when did you transfer from civil engineering to conservation?
I worked in civil engineering for 4 years before moving into environmental policy, and then from environmental policy into species and habitats conservation.
And when you went into environmental policy, was that with Falkirk Council?
That was with Scottish Water and its predecessors.
And when did you move as a local biodiversity officer to Falkirk Council?
That was in 2003.
Have you got any experience in environmental impact assessment work?
I've never had any training in environmental impact assessments, but I have reviewed them as part of my role in Falkirk Council as a biodiversity officer in the planning unit.
Have you ever done an environmental impact assessment?
No.
Have you ever participated in the scoping process for an environmental impact assessment?
No.
Have you ever given expert evidence in relation to the assessment of likely significant effects?
No.
In preparing your evidence, have you had regard to any guidance from SAIM in relation to environmental impact assessment work?
Have I had any guidance from
Have
SAIM?
Have you had regard to any guidance from SAIM on environmental impact assessment work?
I'm aware of the SAIM guidance. I've looked at the SAIM guidance, yes.
And have you looked at the SAIM guidance in relation to impact assessment?
I have seen that guidance, yes.
But you don't mention it in your evidence.
No.
Could you appreciate what you're claiming to be inadequacy to the environment have to be considered in the context of that guidance?
Yes, they do, yeah.
And one does look at your catalogue of failures. You don't for your approach in that guidance.
Can you point me to, in particular, what you're talking about?
Well, we'll go there.
Okay.
You've considered it. The approach you had.
Sorry, sir, we're struggling to hear Ms. Wilson. I think her microphone's acting up a bit. Right. Yes, I think that's been spotted already.
Yeah, I think we'll try and get you another microphone. Apologies for this.
You said to me at the beginning of your evidence that you had regard to the SAIM guidance. And I was asking you whether or not we don't find any reference to it in your evidence because you know that the approach that you advocate to EIA work doesn't fit with that guidance.
That's not the case. I mean, my assertion that there isn't enough information here is based on the guidance and SAIM guidance that says that we should use as much as the best information available. It mentions in the SAIM guidance about using the NBN Atlas, the NBN Gateway, and that hasn't been done here. That's one of the points I pick out. Also, that we should be looking at which species are of importance on the site, the important features on the site, and that hasn't been done.
Well, in that case, it's going to take a bit longer in cross-examination while we examine your contentions that your position is in accordance with that. I think you wrote the original objection letter, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Could you have that in front of you, please? And I'll find the reference. That's CD 3.13.
I have that.
And we can see from the final page, the fifth page of the document, that you signed this as Conservation Director.
That's correct.
When you wrote this letter with your catalogue of alleged failings and omissions, so far as the environmental statement is concerned, how much of the environmental statement had you read?
I can't recall, but I'd read a lot of it. I don't know if I'd read all of it.
Had you restricted yourself to the written statement, which is the part of the environmental statement that you were being referred to by Mr. Coul this afternoon, or did you look at any of the supporting information?
I looked at some of the supporting information as well, yes.
Now, when you use phrases like significant irreversible impacts, which we see first of all on page 1, under the heading potential impact on SSI, SPA and Ramsar designated features, carrying on, these are comments in relation to habitat and potential impacts. Did you consult with anyone else in preparing this letter of objection?
Did I consult with anybody
Else?
I consulted with one of my colleagues in our head office.
And who was your colleague?
Jamie Robbins.
And what's his qualifications?
Top of my head, I don't know.
Could you sit a bit closer to the microphone, please?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
What job does he fulfil in your organisation?
He is our projects delivery manager.
So what do project delivery managers do?
As a small organisation, we have job titles, but we do lots of different jobs. He looks after all our projects, but he also has he comments on planning applications in England as well.
So both of you offer your comments on planning applications?
Yes.
It's fair to say, is it not, when one looks through this letter, that you don't restrict yourself to your area of expertise, namely invertebrate species?
In what sense?
Well, for instance, insofar as you're making comments on SPA species, ornithology is not your area of expertise, is it?
That's correct.
And then, insofar as you make comments there, the site supports an extensive sand dune system of national importance with a mosaic of dune grasslands, dune heath, dune slacks, open dune and woodland. Extensive areas would be lost directly to the development itself, while the proposals would also lead to fragmentation of remaining habitats, loss of the fine-scale mosaic, impacts on hydrology, inputs of pesticides and fertilisers, and significant disturbance. That's the paragraph under that heading that I took you to on page 1. Now, you're not a hydrologist.
No.
You're not an eco-hydrologist.
No.
You're not an ecologist. In terms of habitats.
Define ecologist.
In terms of habitats.
I would contest that, I am an ecologist, I'm an invertebrate ecologist.
Yes, but you're not a habitats ecologist.
No.
And have you ever reviewed an application for a golf course development before?
No.
Do you have any understanding as to how a golf course is constructed?
A basic understanding, but not a detailed understanding.
And you would accept, would you not, from the evidence of Mr. Haspel and Mr. Taylor, that it is a complex process and the impacts that would result as a consequence of the construction process have to be understood through an understanding of what's involved in those construction activities?
I would accept that it's a complex process, but I would also say that change to habitats will have impacts on species that are living in those habitats, and that's what I was basing my knowledge on.
Well, I'll come back to whether or not that entitles you to reach the conclusions that you have reached and make the damning statements that you do make in your evidence and this letter of representation. But do you know enough about environmental impact assessment work to understand that it's the assessment of likely significant effects that is of importance?
Yes.
And not only in relation to the initial assessment, but thereafter, following the application of mitigation measures, an assessment of residual effects?
Yes.
And that what may have been identified at the outset of the assessment process as a likely significant effect can be categorised ultimately as minor or negligible because of the mitigation measures proposed?
Yes.
And whereas you make reference to inputs of pesticides and fertilisers by way of example, you don't have enough knowledge to know whether that can be managed effectively, do you, on a golf course?
That's correct.
And as to the nature of the disturbance that would occur in respect of SPA features, you don't have enough knowledge to come to a conclusion as to whether that would be a likely significant residual effect.
That's correct.
And the relationship between seasonal dune slack wetlands, this is looking at the last paragraph on page 1, and the effect on groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystems, again, is an issue out with your area of expertise.
I have expertise in wetlands. I have studied wetlands in the past, but I will concede that in that paragraph, perhaps I don't have as much experience as would be required to say that, yes.
And then turning over, we find at the top of the second page, the first paragraph makes reference to the Dornoch Firth important invertebrate area. And you say which was recently identified in the first IIA mapping for Scotland, which I think you were involved in.
I was involved as Conservation Director, but not directly involved in it. Yes.
I didn't hear the last part of that sentence.
I was involved as Conservation Director. Members of my team that were involved in it.
And when you were taken to Dr. McMullen's evidence, his inquiry report, and taken to a specific entry, that was specific to that important invertebrate area, wasn't it?
It was two parts to that. It was the Coul links invertebrate assemblage and the important invertebrate area.
You just have that in front of you again, please. It's document APP 3.1.
Yeah.
And the part you were taken to was Coul invertebrate assemblage, part of Dornoch Firth important invertebrate area, ignored. Now that's a reference to the assemblage in the context of the IIA, isn't it?
It is a reference to the assemblage that's found on Coul links, which is part of the Dornoch Firth important invertebrate area.
And important invertebrate areas, as I understand it, are not designated.
No.
I don't think they're either, they have no statutory designation nor policy identification. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do we see that the summary of effect, resultant effect, not Coul analysis, so this is taken from the not Coul analysis, Dr. McMullen notes significant adverse based on bug life objection. So if you were to take account of the bug life objection, it would be significant adverse, but as you've already been taken to in the environmental statement, there is no significant adverse effect assessed.
There's no assessment of the invertebrate assemblage as a whole at all.
But we'll come back to that when we go to the ES. And then do we note that, excuse me, a Fonseca seed fly survey was requested and undertaken and no additional survey was requested. So is that not the proper context for these memos from Dr. Dunhaska that you were taken to, that notwithstanding what comments there may be in internal memos, at the end of the consultation process, SNH did not request any more information other than that contained in the report carried out by Alba Ecology?
At the point of the first memo, there were only concerned, Dr. Tonhaska was only concerned with the triple SI. He wasn't looking at the Ramsar site, and it's the Ramsar site that has a feature, invertebrate feature, not the triple SI.
Well, if you could answer my question. The context of the comments of Dr. Tonhaska, proper context of the comments, is that SNH, having received the Alba Ecology Report on Fonseca fly, did not ask for any further information.
I read this differently. I read that there was no additional survey requested for other invertebrates.
And we'll go to their consultation responses. We can see in the paragraphs that follow, and I'm really just dealing with methodology with you at the moment and not the facts, the application of the methodology to the facts. But in summary, what you do here is take issue with Alba Ecology's classification of Fonseca seed fly as being of national importance and say that it's of international importance. That's your first area of disagreement.
That's correct.
And then from the next paragraph, we see that you disagree with the significance assessment that was carried out.
Is this in my precognition?
No, this is in the same objection letter.
The same objection letter. Yeah.
It's the third paragraph. You argue that there's minor magnitudes, or that certain impacts are of major magnitude. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So essentially you disagree with the magnitude of impact and you disagree with the sensitivity of the receptor.
I agree that it's a highly sensitive species. I disagree about the importance of the species.
Do you recall that Dr. Cosgrove said in his evidence that at the end of the day, whilst there were a number of different reasons why it was concluded through careful consideration that the fly was of national importance, it was his view, based upon his experience in environmental impact assessment work, whether or not you classified it as national or international, ultimately you would have reached the same conclusion as to significance of effect.
I recall that, yes.
Given what we've already discussed and established, Mr. McAdam, Dr. Cosgrove does have considerable experience in environmental impact assessment work on major projects. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And you refer in that letter to the fact that, in your view, the precautionary principle should be applied. This is on the same page in the next paragraph.
That's correct.
Have you had any training in relation to the precautionary principle?
No.
So you, on that basis, you haven't been properly informed as to the circumstances when it should be applied?
I would say a precautionary approach should be applied.
So we should change principle to approach?
Yes.
And then you, at the end, say, as you've said in your evidence, that research should be carried out prior to construction and appropriate mitigation measures developed and agreed before determination of the application. And then say failure to do so will almost certainly lead to serious irreversible impacts through loss of essential habitat for this internationally important species. Just as you criticise the applicant's approach to mitigation and the PhD, and the fact, I think, as I noted you saying today, that very little was known about the species, you can't say it would certainly lead to serious irreversible impacts because there's not enough information for you to reach that conclusion.
That's correct, but I can't say that it won't.
But you do say there that there will be, in black and white terms, don't you?
Yep.
And then in the next paragraph, you say the assessment of a significant positive residual effect for Fonseca seed fly due to funding of a PhD in the ecology and habitat requirements is ludicrous. Again, somewhat extreme language, I would suggest to you.
That's your opinion?
Well, it's self-evident, isn't it? You're giving evidence here today as a conservationist with specific interest in invertebrates, the conservation of invertebrates, hence your role with the IUCN. Surely it's not ludicrous and a measure that should be dismissed when it's quite clear that more needs to be found out about this species to ensure that there's effective conservation.
My point is that the research is not going to, is not mitigation. It's not going to actually achieve anything unless it's put into practice.
I take it you don't have any knowledge of the planning system and how planning conditions work for the purposes of imposing proposed mitigation measures.
I do have knowledge of that, yes.
So conditions can be applied relating to the PhD and how that science and learning from the PhD can be applied in site management.
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Taylor, who's a very experienced golf course ecologist, probably one of the best known golf course ecologists, both nationally and internationally, he's in no doubt that site management, proper site management, or targeted management, as both Dr. Cosgrove and Dr. McMullen refer to it, can be effective if properly designed.
It depends when that those decisions on site management are undertaken. If we don't know what the species needs now, then we can't decide whether the design of the course at the moment will impact upon it or not. What we're talking about there is about management after the fact, after the development of the course, and that could be too late for this species.
Well, I'll come back to that once we've had a look at the more detailed statements you make in your inquiry report of recognition. But it could be, could it not, that you think that is likely because you don't have enough knowledge and experience in the EIA work and the design and mitigation measures.
That could be the case, but it's also because we don't know enough about the species.
One thing that I think you and Dr. Cosgrove, or you and Alba Ecology, and Dr. McMullen are concerned with is identification of the food source.
The larval host plant, yes.
And if you're concerned about that, then I take it from that, if you would be fair, Mr. McAdam, you would agree that identification of a food source, of the food source, is important for the purposes of identifying the habitat to be protected.
That's correct.
And then at the bottom of page 3, you have a section on inadequate assessment of hydrological impacts on nationally important assemblages of wetland invertebrates. But again, your comments here are tied up with hydrological considerations as to what the risk is.
There's been no consideration of the wetland invertebrates in there, but yes, you're correct.
There's been no consideration by you of the wetlands?
No, in the ES of wetland invertebrates.
Well, the impact on wetland invertebrates is linked to hydrological impacts, isn't it? Because as I read this letter and indeed your evidence, what you say is to the effect that if there is a negative impact and the dune slags dry out, that would be a negative impact on the wetland invertebrates. That's your pathway, your cause and effect pathway.
That's correct, although some species will live in temporary habitats. So, until we know what species are actually present and using those wetlands, we can't determine what effect will be on them. Well,
there has been discussion throughout this inquiry and There's been a line of argument advanced by SNH that if you protect the habitat, then you can assume you're protecting the species within the habitat. Did you hear that evidence?
I did hear that evidence.
Do you accept that?
I don't. I think that there are that's okay for generalist species, but for specialist species you need to know what they require and then manage for those as well.
But am I correct, though, that in this part of your evidence, you really are looking at a pathway connection for the purposes of coming to conclusions? And if you look down on page 4 to the paragraph that begins, the related application for drilling of 2 boreholes in a water storage reservoir, etc., have the potential to impact upon the quality and quantity of the groundwater underlying the dune slack wetlands. That's your concern?
Yes.
And then next paragraph, it is also suggested that water may be abstracted from watercourses on the site. However, no assessment has been made of the impact on the aquatic ecology of the watercourse. The impact of any abstraction from watercourses and standing water on the site must be fully evaluated prior to determination of this application. But you weren't in a position when writing this letter to know whether or not in the environmental statement there was sufficient assessment and evaluation for the purposes of the application stage.
There was no reference in the environmental statement about wetland invertebrates.
No. I think you know what I'm putting to you here. You're talking about impacts of abstraction. And in the paragraph above, quality and quantity of water. You weren't in a position when reviewing the environmental statement to come to a view as to whether or not that had been adequately assessed for the stage in the decision-making process.
That's right, because there was no assessment on the effect on wetland invertebrates.
I think I've made the point as to the way that you've approached this. Do you understand the way in which the SEPA licensing system would interface with the planning system?
I do.
So you'd be aware then that the particular matters that you cover here would be subject to a car license application?
That's correct.
And then if you go to the last page, page 5, the third last paragraph, you say, in summary, BugLife objects to the above planning application on the grounds of 1, potential impact on SSSI SPA, 2, Fonseca seed fly, impact on globally endemic species, 3, absence of invertebrate surveys, 4, inadequate assessment of hydrological impacts on nationally important assemblages of wetland invertebrates, and 5, inadequate mitigation and monitoring. Is it the case that the terms of this objection was very much influenced by your liaison with Coul?
No.
But you did liaise with Coul during this process?
I have spoken with Coul, but not in this process of preparing this application, no.
Not in the process of...
the objection, sorry.
Because Coul make reference to BugLife in their objection dated about the same time.
That's correct.
Could you look, please, at CD 3.11?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 26, paragraph 164.
Which number page?
26. It might be different electronically. They're usually about... There's two different documents in here. There's a letter of 21st December 2017, and then there's Annex 1, Environmental Issues, and I think it's page 26 of Annex 1. Do you have that?
Yes.
And in relation to enhanced understanding of Fonseca's seafly ecology, it said that not Coul has only limited in-house knowledge of entomology. Not Coul defers here to information in the objection made by Bug Life. And that's the letter that we've just been looking at, 15th November 2017, after also reading relevant ES material, including the specialist report on this seafly. And then at 166, like Bug Life, we do not consider the offer of funded PhD on Fonseca seafly ecology to be a form of mitigation. And over the page, in relation to Lepidoptera, there's again reference to the objection letter, and in paragraph 170, Not Coul has contacted Bug Life and been told that the organisation was never approached by the developers' ecologists to try the Coul species. So that would indicate that there's been a sharing of information between Bug Life and Not Coul.
That would suggest to me that Not Coul have looked at our objection letter, which was published before their objection, and they've taken that and used that. There appears to have been a contact with Bug Life. But that wasn't me. As far as I know, it would be somebody else in the office.
So you're saying that you personally didn't have any discussions with those involved in preparing the Not Coul case?
I think I've had discussions since, but during this was our objection went in first, and it's been picked up by Not Coul since. That's my memory anyway.
Could you look, please, at APP 1.27? Do you have that?
Yes.
Now, apologies in advance, but it's not a document that's very easy to find your way through. But if you go about a third of the way through to it, you'll find an article from the Northern Times with the heading, Coul links is just another Trump fiasco in the making.
Can't find out. How far through was it?
Probably close to halfway through. Maybe a bit more than halfway.
I have that.
Did you say you do have that?
Yeah.
Maybe you could share the electronic page with us.
It's page 50.
Thank you. And you see down towards the bottom of the page, this is an article that appeared in the Northern Times in January this year, I think it is, if I'm reading that correctly. It down towards the bottom of the page, there's reference to you,
That's correct.
in which you're quoted as saying, the dune system at Coul Links have developed over thousands of years into an internationally important site for wildlife. As a nation, we have a duty to protect these dunes for future generations in the local community, Scotland and further afield. Island Council must do everything in their power to protect this important natural heritage asset from these damaging development plans. Is that a position that BugLife had from the outset, even before the application was submitted?
We didn't have a position before the application was submitted. We were interested in finding out what the impacts would be on the invertebrates on the site, in particular Fonseca seed fly.
And at what point did you decide, you've been the director of BugLife, at what point did you decide to object?
So I can't tell, I don't know the exact date, but when we had, we were aware of the footprint of the site of the application, and it was covering Embo Dunes, which was a site that was known for Fonseca seed fly to be around about that time.
So was it the presence of Fonseca seed fly on the dunes that resulted in the position of objection?
That was the initial flag to us that we should be involved in this, yes.
When you say an initial flag to be involved, is it BugLife's position that you would object to any development proposal affecting land where Fonseca seed fly has been located or identified?
Yes, if we were aware of it.
Look at your recognition and inquiry report and some of the statements that you've made this afternoon on those documents. And if we begin with your recognition, just by way of explanation, from 1.5 of your recognition, you refer to the fact that you're chair of the IUCN Species Specialist Group for mayflies, stoneflies and caddisflies.
That's correct.
Is it through that position that you then came to submit information that resulted in Fonseca seed fly being recorded on the IUCN site?
No.
Or red list?
No.
I think you were directly involved in the submission of information.
I was, but not as part of that group.
Not as part of that group?
No.
So you made a separate application of what is as chair or as conservation director of BugLife?
IUCN approached us to look at endemic species in the UK and to do red list assessments for them. The first one we did was Fonseca seed fly.
Could you have your document CM20, please?
Yep, I have that.
And we can see, if you have the front sheet CM20, it's the first page after that. So the first page of the extract from the register.
We've just got it in a big bundle in PDF, so
it doesn't begin like that.
Right, I think we've got CM1 to 32 all in the same
Oh, I see.
bundle.
You don't have them separated out into documents. Yeah.
Thank you.
We can see from that front sheet that you provided the assessment.
That's correct.
And turning on to the second sheet, the red list category and criteria set out as part of the assessment information. And this was assessed as at 30th April 2018.
That's correct.
And when was it that it was placed on the IUCN red list of threatened species?
I think it was November 2018. I'm not too sure.
November 2018.
I think so.
So I think we see that on what is numbered page 5 of the document. The numbers are at the bottom right-hand corner. There's certainly a reference to, although it might be just the date at which it was accessed, but there's a reference to November 2018 there. Do you see it under bibliography? The second.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that was when it was accessed.
Right. We also see actually under bibliography that you, I take it that you submitted the report by Alva Ecologies.
That's correct.
Dr. Kate Massey and Mr. Donald Shields, we see that there. That was produced as part of the application process.
That's correct.
Within the ES. And you submitted that as part of your evidence and support.
That's correct.
So presumably in doing that, you were content that it was a sufficiently reliable source of information to justify the placing of this species on a list by the IUCN.
So it was a source of distribution information. It showed us that the species had been found further north than it had been before, as is detailed in the Fonseca seed fly survey report. The existing surveys by Gibbs in 2010 weren't able to access Coul links, so but he had surveyed north at Little Ferry and other sites down to Dornoch Point. And the Shields and Massey report provided that missing link, if you like, in that coastal distribution.
So was it the case that up until this report was submitted, IUCN wasn't itself aware of Fonseca seed fly as a threatened species, but had asked you to do a survey and provide information in relation to threatened endemic species?
Not just threatened endemic species, all endemic species in the UK. So they were asking us to look at all endemic species and to undertake red list assessments for them.
And if you turn to page 2, where there's a figure that shows the range.
Yep.
I think we can agree that that's not particularly easy to read, and a larger scale copy has been provided today. And in fact, what's shown there isn't entirely accurate, is it? Because the white area at Dornoch Point has been left out, but in fact it has been found right down to Dornoch Point.
This came up in Dr. Cosgrove's evidence, and I looked again at that, and this comes from the Gibbs survey in 2010, Gibbs 2013, where in the illustrations he shows a a general area down at Dornoch Point where the species has been found, a single female was found. However, when you look at the grid references associated with that, it's actually within the tetrad above. So this map shows the distribution based on the grid references included in Gibbs 2013.
Just let me find a document number for that. Sorry, says.
It's CM14.
CM14,
Yes.
thank you.
I think it's 236 in the PDF, sirs.
Could you look first of all, please, at page 5, which reports the results from the June survey by Mr. Gibb.
Yes, I have that.
And I think what Dr. Cosgrove identifies is that the entry for Dornoch Point, which is shown as sampling zone K in the second column,
That's correct.
that there was an error in that grid reference, and in fact it should have been 8087.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, and that's something that Mr. Gibbs is the only person that can tell us, which is correct.
Could you look at the next page, please, which has, page 8, which has figure 4 and the sampling zones.
Yes?
And do we see that area K is identified and it goes all the way down to the point?
That's correct.
So on his report, on his diagrams, that shows that the range is greater than it's shown in the information that's been submitted to the IUCN.
So zone K goes all the way down to the point, but it also goes up into NA-HLD-086. And taking his grid reference as being the definitive, I would say that that was where it was found at the top of that sampling zone. His indications on page 9, he doesn't give an indication on page 9 on the actual results where the species was found. It just has one female next to zone K.
If you look at the red area immediately above K, then that is shown as zone H.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. And any reasonable interpretation of this figure would be to conclude, when you look at it together with figure 5, it shows the interrelationship between H and K, that it does go down to the point, that the range is actually further down towards the point than shown in this diagram.
Zone K goes down to the point, but the grid reference that is included in the results is at the top of that area. These aerial photographs don't have grid lines on them, so you can't see that point.
Well, I can understand that, but if you actually try to apply the grid squares, then you discover that all of the area K is not in the grid reference. It is the same as H. We can see that from the table. It has the same number.
So rather than try and overlap them, I use the grid references as the definitive source of the distribution, and that's what this is. So this is what this is based on, the grid references in his results table.
You didn't go out and survey yourself?
I didn't go out and survey, no.
Would you accept that the habitat down towards the grid point is favourable for Fonseca seed fly?
It is potential habitat for Fonseca seed fly, as is most of the coast.
Did you simply not consider whether or not there was a typographical error in relation to K, given what you saw in the figures?
What I took it to mean is that the top of K was within NA-HLD-086.
Do you accept that, given the lack of dedicated survey effort for this species, it's more than possible it's been under-recorded?
I accept the under-recording. It has been known to science for 30 years, and during that time, I'm sure many surveys have been undertaken across the world for this group of flies, and it hasn't turned up in those. I spoke to Phil Brighton, who runs the seed fly recording scheme, about other surveys in the area, and he says there have been numerous surveys that have reported seed flies in the Moray Firth area, and none of them have reported Fonseca seed fly. The only place that Fonseca seed fly has been found has been on this 8-kilometre piece of coast.
But in the same report that we're looking at page 7...
Sorry, which report?
The Gibbs report that we're just looking at with the figures and table. Have you got that, page 17?
I have, yes.
Do we see that he says further survey work? This survey should be seen, i.e. the one that he's reporting upon in this document, as a provisional investigation of the status, distribution and ecology of Fonseca, especially with regard to the last of these objectives. And then in relation to distribution, he says this was by far the easiest objective to achieve, and within the limited time was completed as far as was possible. However, there is still much that could be done to discover the species elsewhere around Scotland, or perhaps more significantly confirm that it really is endemic to this short line of coastline. So there's still a question mark as to whether it is or isn't endemic.
No, it is endemic. It's endemic
to this part of the coastline.
It has been found on this part of the coastline. Other surveys in the Moray Firth haven't discovered it. There is a possibility it will turn up somewhere else. But at the moment, we've got to work on the information that we have in front of us.
And he goes on to say there are many potentially suitable expanses of dunes on the east and north coast of Scotland that could harbour this species and would be well worth searching. The following suggestions are in order of priority: Coul Links, Morwick Moor, dunes north and south of Brora, Common Dunes, Whiteness Head and Findhorn Dunes, Keith's Links and north coast sites west of Durness, dunes from Lossiemouth to Aberdeen, which is quite a significant stretch of coastline, I think we can agree, and dunes from Aberdeen southwards, again quite a significant stretch of coastline. So it's premature to be asserting that this is an area that is particularly in need of protection because it's the only area where it's been found.
Over the 30 years that this species has been known to science, it has only been found on this piece of coastline. Surveys have been undertaken at other sites along the coast of Scotland and haven't turned it up.
And so, do you have any evidence of that survey work?
I think there's the National Recorder for seed flies provided me with access to their data set.
Access to?
Access to the data set, which I can't remember if I put it in as a reference. Hold on. So CM3 has an extract of the data set.
Do you know whether or not, or let me put it another way, do you agree that there is a specialist survey methodology required for this species?
I would agree that the identification needs a specialist. The survey methodology, if you mean by collecting flies from dune grassland, then that is something that an entomologist would be able to do, any entomologist would be able to do.
When do you consider is the best time for carrying out these surveys?
So if you're looking for adults, you're looking to look through its flight period, which is in June.
Now, this document that we're looking at shows occurrence records for particular species, doesn't it?
It shows all records for the Anthemiidae family.
But we can't deduce from this that these are sites where it wasn't found. In other words, we don't know that they were looking specifically for this species.
That's correct.
And the two dedicated surveys that have been carried out, namely David Gibbs' survey and Alba Ecology's survey, that was specific to that species, in both cases they extended the range of Fonseca seed fly.
That's correct.
And indeed, so far as Alba Ecology's is concerned, the global range extended by 29% just from that one survey.
That's correct.
You said that you heard Dr. Cosgrove's evidence in relation to the survey work carried out and the factors that were taken into account in deciding that it was nationally important. Would you acknowledge that there were a number of different factors listed by him, all of which were weighed in reaching that conclusion?
I would agree that there was a number of factors, yes.
And is it unfair to describe the way in which you classify it as internationally important as really being relying upon the fact it's an endemic species and now listed on the IUCN red list?
I classed it as internationally important because 100% of its population in the world is found on this piece of coastline.
Well, with respect, that's an overstatement of the position. It doesn't. It's a statement that you can't make from the information currently available. And Gibbs in his paper even acknowledges the possibility that it may not be endemic to this part of the coastline.
But in the information that we have, we've got to work on the information that we've got, and that is that it's only found on this 8 kilometres of coast.
So far as SNH's position is concerned, they were aware that it had been classified by Alba Ecology as nationally important and haven't challenged that, have they?
Which document are we referring to?
Well, they've reviewed the Alba Ecology study.
They've reviewed the study, yes.
And as I put to you before, having reviewed the study, they haven't asked for any more information or challenged the findings.
Can I just check CC15 a moment? So in CC 15, Dr Tonhasker on the 13th October 2016 said that the sample size was way too small for such a conclusion, particularly in the absence of detailed information about the species, habitat and ecology. That to me would imply that there was more survey work required.
Well, it may be that this comes from your lack of involvement in scoping processes, but these memos have to be put into the context that there was a scoping process going on with SNH at that time, wasn't there?
Yes.
And if you look at a letter that you were taken to in your evidence in chief, which is the 24th November 2017 SNH letter,
what was the reference for that?
well, I have it as, I've been using SNH5, which contains that one. I think you were given one by Mr. Coul that was a different reference number.
I think it's CD 217.
A letter to Highland Council on the 24th of November 2017.
And you referred to the passage and the advice given there on pages 6 and 7. And the way in which SNH approached the concern of presumably Dr. Tonhasker is to agree with the proposed mitigation. Firstly, the promotion of further research on the fly, which you dismiss as ludicrous, but that's SNH's suggestion. The only mitigation proposed which is likely to benefit Fonseca sea fly is the retention of large areas supporting composite flowers, sow thistle and black knapweed, and I think you separately mentioned ragwort as well on top of those species.
Yeah, and creeping thistle.
And what, sorry?
Creeping thistle.
Creeping thistle. So at the very least there seems to be a consensus of opinion as to the food source.
We know that it's composite flowers. We don't know what species.
There's a hypothesis as to which species are more likely than not to be the source.
There's been a suggestion that sow thistle and ragwort are more important and more likely to be the source, yes.
And therefore the mitigation is not just simply a PhD study, but also that the recommendation from SNH by way of mitigation is to ensure large and important areas of composite flowers are retained throughout Coul links for Fonseca sea fly.
Yes, but we don't know how large those areas need to be and where they need to be.
That's a matter that could be managed through the environmental management plan. Are you aware of that?
If we know that information before that is finalised, yes.
Well, I think there'll be a dispute between the applicant and other parties as to how much information requires to be known at this point. Would you accept that there must be other invertebrates within the site that have not been identified through the EIA process? And
yes,
their presence on that site is not currently known?
I agree, yes.
And that's not unusual in relation to development proposals, because it is not the norm to do the type of detailed survey that you're insisting should be done as part of this application process?
It's not unusual on most development sites, but this is on a Ramsar site that has invertebrates as a feature.
Not invertebrates, or the feature is not invertebrates per se. There are specific species identified as part of the Ramsar qualifying features.
The criteria that is used says red data book invertebrates. In the detail in the information sheet, it mentions 4 invertebrates. Without surveys, we don't know if those species are on Coul links or not.
Turning to survey work and your criticisms of the survey work, could you turn to paragraph 3.4 of your recognition?
Yes.
You mentioned in 3.4 that HBRG undertook an independent review and highlighted inadequacies of the information provided. This is a matter that's dealt with in Dr. Cosgrove's recognition. Have you read that?
I have, yes.
And therefore you'll be aware that Albert Ecology had specifically commissioned HBRG to carry out survey work.
My understanding is that Albert Ecology asked for data from their database, but not to undertake a desk study.
They were asked to provide a list of all the known species from the study area as part of the desk study work that Albert Ecology did. Is that not right?
In the context of their data set.
But we find that we're in a situation where HBRG, apparently in relation to this application, as at the time of the pre-examination meeting, were anticipating being involved, but then for whatever reason didn't become involved.
That's correct. The report has asked people to collaborate.
And your references to the NBN gateway, from your evidence this afternoon, I take it you accept that there are licensing issues.
There are licensing issues for the use of commercial data, but equally there are data sets on there that are open for any use.
Are you aware that there's SAIM guidance related to this, to the use of data sets?
No, I'm not.
I'm advised that that guidance flags up to practitioners that there are restrictions on commercial data.
Have you got a document I can look at?
Sorry, commercial use of data.
Have you got a document I can look at?
I believe it's on their website.
I don't have access to that just now.
So far as the nature of the survey work is concerned, based upon SAIM guidance, the applicants were entitled to rely upon the advice from SNH, weren't they, in scoping?
That's correct.
And SNH, when one reads through the scoping correspondence, does not take the approach that you advocate in your evidence.
I think at the time that the scoping was done, they weren't considering the Ramsar site as important and hadn't considered the Ramsar site invertebrate features.
Well, we know that in the correspondence that SNH consistently refers to the Dornoch and Firth SPA and Ramsar site, and also the Lochfleet SSI. Is that not the case?
They do refer to them, yeah.
Sorry?
Yes.
And without having, I suspect, to spend time on this, you don't have any qualifications in planning policy
No.
and wouldn't be aware of the policy and legal framework that the government has put in place where there's an overlapping between Ramsar and SSI designations.
I'm peripherally aware of that. Peripherally.
Peripherally. So therefore you know that if the relevant underlying designation for a Ramsar site is a SSI, that's the framework that you use.
That's correct. However, the SSI in this case doesn't cover invertebrates. So the invertebrate feature of the Ramsar site isn't covered by the SSI.
Could you turn to paragraph 4.5 of your precognition, please? There you say that, excuse me, the significance of the impacts of the proposed development on the features of the Ramsar site has not been assessed and no cognizance has been taken of the presence of 7 non-Lepidoptera species listed on the Scottish Biodiversity List. We have touched on this already, but could you look please at the SIAM Guidance APP 2.4, and this is of relevance to the evidence given by Dr. McMullen as to the lack of proportionality in the approach that you advocate. And if you turn to page 22 in paper copy, paragraph 5.8, it's easier to find that way.
I have that.
And this is the Institute, in the context of discussing the approach to ecological impact assessment, recognising, as they say there, that there could be any number of possible impacts on important ecological features arising from a development. However, it is only necessary to describe in detail the impacts that are likely to be significant. See paragraph 5.25, which we've already looked at in this inquiry, that defines that. Impacts that are either unlikely to occur or if they did occur are unlikely to be significant can be scoped out. So the scoping process is something that's excuse me, commonly used in EIA work to ensure proportionality in the scope of the assessment carried out, isn't it?
Yes.
And notwithstanding your comments in relation to Dr. McMullen's evidence, he is an experienced ecologist who also does EIA work, was highlighting how it would not be proportional to carry out the type of survey and study that you described at the beginning of your evidence in chief today. That was what he was addressing in his evidence, wasn't it?
Yes.
And to an extent linked to this was a line of questions related to Dr. McMullen's reference to the Christmas tree and the baubles. But do you accept that you would never know, in relation to invertebrates, all the baubles? You would never identify them all?
No, that's correct, but I would say that you need to look at which ones are the most sparkly baubles, the ones that are most important on the site. And the death study has a list of species, but it hasn't taken any assessment of which of those are the most important species that we should be considering.
But you can also take account of the type of habitats that particular species favour.
That's correct, and that's why I said that I would have assumed, with this being a wetland site, a Ramsar site, that there would have been some surveys undertaken on the wetland habitats and their invertebrates.
And what we know from the scoping process was that it was SNH's view that Fonseca seed fly was the most important to the species, notwithstanding the fact that it wasn't a feature of a designated site.
That's correct.
And if you look to the next paragraph in your precognition, paragraph 4.6, in summary, all that you have to challenge the opinions being expressed in the correspondence, the formal correspondence issued by SNH as part of the consultation process, is this internal memo that the Conservation Coalition recovered through Freedom of Information from Dr. Tonhaske.
That's the opinion of Dr. Tonhaske on this species, yes.
And although you refer to the IUCN publishing a red list assessment for this species, that in fact was your own work at a time that you were involved in opposition to this application.
It's my own work. I pulled it together, but it's ratified by the IUCN.
But they're the two pieces of information that you rely upon to challenge the approach taken by the applicants.
That's correct.
Would you accept that the comments made by Dr. Tonhaske, and you might want to have those memos in front of you again, the reference that you made today, I think, which is in the first of the memos, maybe the 27th memo, in which reference is made by Dr. Tonhaske that there's no evidence on which flower species Fonseca seed fly use. I think we've established already in your cross-examination that at that time that was her belief, but there is a measure of consensus now, 2 years later.
At that time, the Gibbs report had suggested that ragwort and south thistle may be important, but it hadn't identified that that was indeed the case, and that still is the case, that we don't know which species is used.
Well, I'm not going to go back over the line of questioning I've already put to you as to what the level of understanding is, but it would appear that Dr. Tonhaske at that time, when writing this memo, didn't even venture an opinion.
That's correct.
Would you also agree that it would appear that Dr. Tonhaske doesn't understand the seed fly range, the species flight range? Because there's a reference to it only being found at Embo Dunes and Coul Links, in at least 2 places.
Whereabouts in the memo is this?
Page 2 of the memo of 27th October. Do you have that? Under the
Yes,
heading
I do.
C. This is postulated. If the species is lost from Coul Links, it will be restricted to Embo Dunes in the south. Now that seems to suggest that there isn't an understanding that it covers the area that we've already discussed under reference to the IUCN map and the Gibbs report.
Yes, I agree.
And those include Dornoch North, Dornoch Sands and Dornoch Point.
That's correct.
So, in forming a view and making comment, it wasn't appreciated that it was more widespread than simply Coul Links and Embo Dunes.
I would suspect that it was because Dr. Tonhaska was the person who commissioned Gibbs' report back in 2010 and was the SNH officer that signed off that report.
Well, she may have done, and she may have known that in 2010, but from this memo, her reasoning is predicated upon the species being within Embo Dunes and the Coul Links.
Yes, he seems to have made a mistake there.
And we don't find within either of these 2 memos, or indeed within your own evidence, a consideration of the unfavourable conservation status of the dune habitat at Coul Links, do we?
That's correct.
Would you accept that's an important consideration?
We don't know what the interplay between Fonseca seed fly and the dune condition is.
Well, we do know that there's increasing encroachment of invasive species.
Yes, but included in those invasive species, if I recall correctly, is ragwort, which could be the food plant of this species.
We do know from the evidence to the inquiry that the dune grassland structure is deteriorating, don't we?
That's correct.
And also, we don't see any discussion or consideration in these memos of the importance of mitigation measures, which we do see in the final SNH correspondence.
That's correct.
And the importance of the mitigation measures is that the SNH officers involved in that final stage are giving specific consideration to management advice to the competent authority.
I assume so, yes.
I wonder if I could have 5 minutes just to review my notes.
Okay, thank you.
Paper.
Yes, I have that.
Now there you say, as discussed above, the entire application site is potentially important for seed fly, and therefore it is not possible to conclude the proposed development will avoid impacting upon important habitats. But I would suggest to you that in relation to a number of habitats within the site, there's no evidence at all to indicate that they're of importance to the Fonseca seed fly. And the first of those is improved grasslands.
That's correct.
The next one is Dune Heath.
Correct.
The next one is coniferous plantation.
There is ragwort in there, so that could be a host plant, but generally speaking, correct.
Semi-natural broad-leaved woodland.
Correct.
The feld plantation.
Yep.
The scrub.
Yep.
And the bracken.
Yep.
And so that the inquiry is clear about this, the potentially suitable habitats are likely to comprise the open dune.
Correct.
The dune slack.
Correct.
And the dune grassland.
Correct.
And possibly some of the marshy grassland.
That's correct.
And possibly also semi-improved neutral grassland.
Yes.
So you can't say, as you do in your in your inquiry report, that the entire application site is important for Fonseca seed fly.
No, I would change that to mean that the species could be across the application site, but not necessarily on habitats that are suitable for it, when we know what the habitats are.
Thank you, Mr. McAdam.
Thank you very much, Ms Wilson. It's 10 to 5, but I am presuming that you would like to press on and do the re-examination just now, Mr Collar.
Yes, sir, but I wonder, because the witness has been on for some considerable time, it would assist me to have 5 or 10 minutes just to sharpen up the questions, and I think the witness would probably appreciate the break. I'm not anticipating being more than hopefully about half an hour.
Yeah, that's fine. So we take a 10-minute break and then we can start again. Thank you.
So before you go, before you adjourn, Councillor McGilvray is scheduled to give evidence next. I don't imagine you want to start his evidence tonight. He has told me privately that he's happy to re-attend on Friday. I'm certainly content with that. If that suits him, we could perhaps let him go, and he's a busy man, he's got other meetings to go to. So, but,
yes, sorry, I neglected to update people on that. So Councillor McGilvray's confirmed to us that Friday morning would be suitable to him, and that seems to us the best slot to accommodate his evidence. So the intention would be to have the re-examination of Mr McAdam, and then that would be us for the evening. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr McAdam. At the start of your cross-examination, you were taken through the references in your recognition to your background and experience, and in particular lack of qualifications and so on. Bearing that in mind, could you outline to the reporters why they should give the comments in your evidence weight?
I have 25 years experience of working with invertebrates and survey, identification, conservation and assessment of importance of invertebrates. I've worked on a range of range of habitats and species, and I believe that gives me the experience and knowledge that's required to understand the invertebrates present on a site.
There was reference to the publications that you'd put in as CM32. How many of those have been peer-reviewed?
So I didn't refer to publications put in by this witness. I referred to the IU, but I didn't refer to publications.
Well, sir, it was quite clear that Ms Wilson was implying that the witness didn't have qualifications or experience to be in a position to comment, and whether or not the various papers he's authored, co-authored, have been peer-reviewed is clearly relevant to that.
Sorry, sir. If that's to be a relevant question at all, it's to relate to the areas in which he admitted and accepted that he didn't have expertise. The papers that have been referred to are much more general than that, and I didn't refer to that area at all. It was specific to SPA issues, hydrology, and the like. I take it my friend is not suggesting that he's published peer-reviewed papers and topics that he's not qualified in.
Right, Mr. Coul, anything further?
I think it's too late in the day. I'm happy just to move on. Mr. McAdam, you were asked about whether or not you were a habitat ecologist. To what extent is that a term that you recognise as being used in practice?
Well, that was my point, that I would call myself an ecologist, an invertebrate ecologist. I don't understand what a habitat ecologist is. The ecology of a habitat includes its species. It's a all-encompassing term. So I would suggest that I am an ecologist. I'm a species ecologist. I work on species, but I also consider their habitats.
And then there was a series of questions regarding the bug life objection letter. One issue that was raised was the important invertebrate area, and you were asked to confirm that it's not a designation, a statutory designation, and you agreed with that. Can I ask you to comment, what is the relevance of an important invertebrate area if it isn't designated through statute?
So invertebrates have had are generally not considered or haven't been considered in SSIs in the past, and they are now. The important invertebrate areas is a project which very much follows the same line as the important plant areas project that Plant Life undertook, which is about looking at which are the most important areas in the UK for invertebrates. So this is about, I suppose, highlighting where further consideration of invertebrates should be taken when considering development or focusing efforts for conservation work or so on.
And on the issue of your objection letter and various criticisms that were put to you, could you give the reporters an indication that taking your objection letter on one hand and your precognition and the topic paper on the other, which would you ask them to give more weight to and why?
I would give more weight to the topic paper and precognition, because that's the refined down to what our main objections are and what our main considerations on this case is.
And in response to a question regarding water abstraction, you said there's no assessment of the effect on wetland invertebrates. Can you explain the significance of the lack of that assessment?
So as a wetland site and designated for its invertebrates, and the potential that there may be changes to the hydrology, the point I was making was that it would seem prudent to look at what the impact may be on wetland invertebrates, since it's their habitat that would be affected.
You were asked if you would object to any development where Fonseca seed fly was identified, and you said yes. Can I ask you to explain to what extent would the sufficiency of information be a relevant issue?
So when I said that we would object to any development, we would consider any development and have a look and see what the impact was going to be on Fonseca seed fly. That would be obviously determined on what we knew at the time, what we knew about the distribution and extent of the population size on the development site, and what impact it was going to have on areas that we knew or we could suggest were important for the fly. Obviously, in the range of Fonseca seed, the known range of Fonseca seed fly, there are bits of habitat that aren't suitable because they're not dune grassland, and we wouldn't be concerned about those areas, but in dune grassland, which we know that Fonseca seed fly is associated with, we would want to consider it in there.
You were asked about the IUCN publishing the Red List assessment, and in particular that was your own work, and you said it was ratified by the IUCN. Can you explain what is involved in that ratification process?
So it's effectively a quality assurance process. As an IUCN Red List assessor, you go through some training which puts you in a place to actually do these assessments. You pull together the evidence that's available for a species and you make your assessment. It then gets submitted to the IUCN through their online system, and it goes through a set of checks both by the IUCN Red List unit in Cambridge and also by an external reviewer. And then once it's passed those checks and any changes have been made or any clarifications have been made, it is then published by the IUCN.
And there was a discussion about the Gibbs report and the accuracy of information within that report, and you were very clear about relying on the grid reference. Can you explain why you rely on the grid reference?
I relied on the grid reference because the images that were reproduced in the figures in Gibbs' report were unclear as to where the specimen had been collected. There were no grid lines on them. They were from aerial photography, so you couldn't pinpoint exact features. And the zone K in question, the indication that one female had been found there was actually just a note next to the whole of zone K. So by going back to the grid references, you were able to see exactly where Gibbs had noted the grid reference for that species, for that specimen.
And in the Gibbs report, you were taken to references suggesting potential for Fonseca seed fly to be present elsewhere in Scotland. Why, in your view, is it not appropriate in determining this application to rely on potential for synthetic seed fly to be found elsewhere in Scotland?
I think because it is potential, we've got to work on the information that we've got in front of us to determine this application. Yeah.
And you were asked briefly about some aspects of planning policy, and can you just clarify what expertise are you claiming in planning policy?
I'm not claiming any expertise on planning policy.
If we can turn then to the SIEM guidance, which is APP 2.4, and there was various suggestions that your comments run counter or inconsistent to that guidance. If I can ask you to look at paragraph 1.6 to start with.
Yes, I have that.
Sorry, no, it's not 1.6, if you give me a minute.
Say BP 2.4.
APP 2.4. Yeah. If you go to box 13, which is just after paragraph 4.3, it's on page 16. What does box 13 tell us about the relevance of designated sites?
Box 13 appears to show a list of key sites, habitats and species for nature conservation, and it lists various different types of site, designated sites. It includes country biodiversity lists such as the Scottish Biodiversity List, Biodiversity Action Plan lists, and red listed rare and legally protected species.
And to what extent does the paragraph 4.3, just immediately before that, box 13, accord with the approach you've taken and you've been advocating towards assessment of this development?
So this is where I've said in my precognition and topic paper that there should be acknowledgement of the species and recognise the species that are on the Scottish Biodiversity List and the Red Data Book species and other species of conservation concern should be considered in the ES.
And then if I can ask you to look at paragraph 536 within the same document, the SIEM guidance, and to what extent the approach you've taken is consistent with what is said in that paragraph 536.
Yeah, so this says that the evaluation of significant effects should always be based on the best available scientific evidence, and this is my point that the death study...
Well, I have to interrupt there, sir, I'm sorry, but I specifically asked the witness about the precautionary principle and what he understood by the precautionary principle as it appeared in his evidence, and he changed it and said he meant precautionary approach. So the witness, having altered his own evidence during cross-examination and differentiating between the application of the precautionary principle and saying that he was really advocating a precautionary approach, my submission shouldn't be taken to a piece of guidance that's specific to the precautionary principle and invited to reinstate it.
Well, with respect, sir, that was not what I said. I put it as a very open question to the witness. I can reword the question if that would assist.
Well, let's try.
Mr McAdam, looking at paragraph 536, it says the evaluation of significant effects should always be based on best available scientific evidence. To what extent is that the approach that you are advocating in your evidence?
That's my point about the death study. The death study is a list of species. It hasn't looked at which species on there are listed or of conservation concern, and therefore they haven't been assessed through the EIA process.
And then finally, the approach of SNH, and it was put to you that SNH referred to the Ramsar site as well as SPA and SSSI in correspondence. It was a very general question. Looking at CC 15 and other specific aspects of SNH responses, what was the point you were making in terms of the extent to which SNH were considering the Ramsar designation?
I was making the point that when considering invertebrates, they had only considered the SSSI and Fonseca's seed fly, and the SSSI doesn't have invertebrates as a feature, whereas the Ramsar site does.
Thank you, Mr McAdam. That was everything.
Thank you very much, Mr Coul, and thank you, Mr McAdam. Just before we finish, I had recalled some time ago now we had a discussion about plans, and I think the applicant had undertaken to provide some disaggregated plans, taking out some of the layers from the GIS. Not giving us new information, but it was just about some of those drawings. We haven't seen those yet, unless I'm missing something.
I thought you had, sir, but I may be confusing it with plans that were being produced for the site visit, but I thought they had been produced.
Yes, Mr Haspel had some packs for the site visit, but all all I took away was one A4 or A3 reduction of one of those drawings. So if that's what it was, then perhaps if we can have a look at that. I mean, I thought what we'd initially been talking about was the full A0 or whatever size they are, large-scale plans with some information taken out of it just to make them a bit more readable in terms of what was proposed. So I'm not sure what we had at the site inspection was that.
No, they were full plans of the entire site with just the level of detail I think you had requested. So it might be easier if I show you what it is that we have, and we can either change them or we can just get the requisite number of copies.
Okay, that's fine. We can have a look at that afterwards then. If that's all we need to talk about today, if we can aim to start again at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and it will be Dr. Dargey's evidence tomorrow. Thank you very much, everyone.